Folks, it's 9 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and get started.
Salt Lake, we're going to get started soon. Are you ready to give us a countdown?
Farmington, this is Salt Lake. We are ready when you're ready.
Okay, stand by. We'll let you know as soon as we're ready, but thank you very much.
Copy that.
Okay, Salt Lake, can you please bring us in with a countdown?
Wildlife board meeting. We're live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the Utah Wildlife Board this morning. The day's date is January 9th, 2025. This meeting is being held in person at the Eccles Wildlife Education Center in Farmington, Utah, as well as being streamed live on YouTube. This public forum allows you to express your opinions and proposals on wildlife management in our state. This board considers your ideas, opinions, and feedback before making decisions on proposals before us today. The Wildlife Board is charged with setting wildlife policy for our state. Wildlife management is complex and sometimes is emotionally charged. We all have ideas and opinions that what is best for Utah's wildlife. It's why we're here today, and that's a good thing. We encourage those who want to express their opinion at today's meeting to fill out a comment card. We expect those in attendance to respect the people who speak, especially those who hold views that don't align with their own. Respectful behavior helps facilitate efficient meetings where board members can listen, digest, and address the concerns, ideas, and proposals being presented for consideration. Disrespectful behavior includes booing, yelling, cheering, and laughing while someone is speaking. You can also help maintain a respectful space by referring to people by name instead of descriptors of physical characteristics, demeanor, or gender. If this behavior occurs, the board chair will remind attendees to be respectful. If the behavior continues, the applicable individual or individuals will be asked to leave. Lastly, please help reduce distractions during the meeting by putting your phones on silent. And if you need to take a call, we ask you to please step outside. That's something I need to read each time, so appreciate you bearing with me through that. We'll introduce our board members. Let's start down on the end with you down there, Kent.
Kent Johnson, Southeast Region.
Paula Richmond, Southern Region.
Bryce Thurgood, North.
Gary Nelson, Central.
Brett Selman, Northern Region.
I'm Ashley Green. I'm acting director for the division today.
And I'm Randy Durth from the Northeast region. We'll ask our RAC chairs to introduce themselves today. Let's start with you, Ashley. Or Austin, I mean.
Close enough. Austin Atkinson, Southern Region from Cedar City.
Eric Luke, Southeastern Region.
Mike Christensen, Central Region.
Brad Buchanan, Northern Region.
And I'm not seeing Grizz here today from the Northeast region. He'll be here. Thank you. Thank you, Miles. I know I didn't, he's from my region and I come last night. And last night there was an accident. It took me about an hour to get from where the Cloverleaf is there where I-80 comes in and to North Salt Lake. So it wasn't good last night. So he might be having a similar problem today. Thank you there. And we appreciate, we don't have anybody on attending visually today. So appreciate everybody being here in person. Has everybody had a chance to look at our agenda? Is there any change or modification to that? If not, I'll ask for a motion to approve our agenda for today.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda for today.
I'll second.
it.
Motion made by Gary. I think Paula jumped in there to second. So we've got a motion to accept the agenda and a second. Let's start with you down there, Brett. You vote for it?
Yes.
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 Thank you. Motion carries. Has everybody had a chance to review the minutes of December 12th, 2024? Is there any modifications or changes we need to make to the minutes? of our last meeting? If not, I'll call for a motion for that, to approve that one.
I move we approve the minutes.
I have a motion made by Brett. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Bryce. Let's start with you, Brett.
Yes.
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 That motion carries also. Thank you. Gary, our action items. Have we got anything on our action log that we need to discuss this morning?
Actually, yes, we do. Interestingly enough, this time things lined up really good, and several of the things on our action log are also action items today in the regular agenda. So we won't be talking about those in this portion, but we do have one. Now it's the dedicated hunter hours bank. And we'd like to ask, where is he? Will you please come forward and address that?
All right. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be here and talk about this action today. My name is Brian Christensen, and I am the program coordinator for the Dedicated Hunter program. And the topic we have, I've got a small little PowerPoint here, and I'll kind of use that to talk about the action item. If it doesn't work out, I can do it without the PowerPoint. It's pretty simple, but it's got good pictures and all right. So the action item we have is that back in June of last year, we were asked to explore the concept of banking dedicated hunter service hours and see if that was something that could be done. Now, for those that may or may not be familiar with that term, it's become kind of a coined term to explain the possibility of being able to do dedicated hunter service before ever being in the program. And then once somebody joins, they could look back and utilize that service that had been stored up towards their requirements. And we've never done that before, and it's something that has come up from year to year, but we'll kind of go into this a little bit more here. So why the interest in this? Basically, dedicated hunters have about 3 months roughly from when they draw into the program after the draw results are released, and then the August archery hunts. So it's kind of a short window to be able to do service for that first year and get that permit. In that time frame, for most of the dedicated hunter history, we've required 8 service hours to be done during that short period. It used to be longer because the draw dates were different, but now it's this 3 months. So participants with reason have asked from time to time us to find a way to expand that time frame, let them be able to accomplish their first year service with a little bit more ease. And this is a recurring request. It happens. I get this request every year without fail. Somebody will call me and talk to me about this as a potential. So that's the interest. There are some pros and cons to it. The pros are that if we were to expand the time frame for dedicated hunters to do that service before they draw into the program, it gives them more time, and that's great. We might get more participation on some of those early spring projects or even some of the winter projects. So that could be of good help. And if we get more service done early in the year, it could potentially alleviate some of that hard pressure that we have in July or August. So it could help out in that sense too. There's some cons. The early season, so winter and early spring, tends to have the fewest number of projects available. And some of that is due to weather, roads being closed. things like that, where we just don't have the access or the ability to do certain projects during that time of year. So there's not generally a lot available until the late spring anyway. And then some other factors here that it could be considered. I only listed a couple. There are more complications to allowing a banking type system for dedicated hunter service. But a couple of those are that we would want to make sure that we didn't accidentally double credit. Maybe somebody that was already in the program and then doing service during winter for the next season or something like that. We have to be careful there. There's some question of fairness of allowing those that are not in the program to do service during a time frame where people in the program could be doing that service and taking care of their requirements for their second and third year. And then the last one here that I've put on is that we just changed the rule recently from 8 hours requirement the first year to a 6-hour requirement. And we haven't yet been able to evaluate that. This is the first year that we've had that. And we don't really know the results if the dedicated hunters feel like that reduction has really helped out. I suspect that it has, but we don't have the feedback from dedicated hunters yet to know how effective that was to help out in that first year. So can we do it? The board action item request was, is this possible? And the answer is yes, in one sense. Not so much in a store up hours to be used later, for years or whatever like that. Not so much in that way, but yes, it could be done in an expanded window. And so here's how we figure that it could work best. If a person applies for dedicated hunter and then draws, what we could do is go back to January 1st of that year and see if they've done service within our system. And if they have, we would be able to apply that service to their new dedicated hunter program. So essentially that would give everybody from January 1 of the application year all the way up to that, end of May to be able to be doing some level of service and then have it count towards their new COR or their new participation enrollment. So we can expand that window. It could be done. There would have to be some things built within our management system to do that. We would have to change the rule to allow for it and some other structural things. We would also have to make sure that the service was done exclusively within our registration system, the project management system that we provide all dedicated hunters. There would not be any way to look at external service. It would have to be done from what we offered through our system. And then we wouldn't really be able to accumulate that from year to year. So it would just be looking back for what happened during that January 1st to May or June timeframe. And if it was there, it would be usable. And if it wasn't, then it wouldn't be used. So, and then we did look at timeline on when we could implement this if needed, and we could have it ready for next year. It wouldn't be this year, but for 2026 is something that could be done if the board asked us to do that, or if the public process approved this version. So with that, I would love to answer any questions you have about this, or if I need to explain more about it, I'd be happy to.
Thanks, Brian. That was all it was ever intended. I know I do some fencing on WMAs down there, just organize some of the local yokels, and we clean up or refurbish the fences that corral the WMAs, and it's easier to do that when it's not in the fiery furnace of summer. It's easier to do that in the spring. It's easier to get help. And these guys, they don't, a lot of them do dedicated hunters, some of them don't, but it would be nice to be able to offer that to them. They're going to do it anyway, but that would be a nice perk. And if we could expand the window, that's all we're ever asking. I know you can't keep them from year to year. I completely get that, but to be able to, the year of, have it count towards that year, I think I'd like to see that happen. I think that's a great idea.
Any other questions for Brian? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other things on our action item log, Gary?
We had several things. We had the green pelt thing. We had the antler gathering. We also had the barrels, and those will all be addressed in today's regular meeting action items. So that was it for the action log.
Thank you.
And thanks again, Brian.
We'll ask Ashley Graney's filling in our director position today. If you'll sit in there and let us give us an update from what's going on in the division right now.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You just pull up that PowerPoint for us. So there's obviously a lot going on at the division right now, being the first of the year, with the legislative session starting in a couple of weeks, but we'll try to make this brief today because we have a long agenda. I just wanted to start with some personnel changes. Director Shirley obviously retired on December 31st. We wish him all the best in his retirement. He hasn't showed back up at the office since he left, so we think he's probably doing okay. And he was a great director, and we all miss seeing him around. Don't have an announcement yet on a new director, but as soon as that's announced, we expect that anytime now, and we'll make sure we get that out to the members of the board and the racks, and we'll obviously post it on our social media outlets so everybody knows who that individual is going to be. Wanted to just report that as of January 1st, all of our law enforcement personnel are now part of the new division of law enforcement. It's within the Department of Natural Resources. Next Monday up at the Capitol, the governor is going to be swearing in all of the officers as new officers of that new division. And so we do appreciate our law enforcement personnel. It's kind of odd. I've been here for 25 years in the division, and one day you wake up and about 20% of your workforce is now gone and part of a new division. They're not really gone. We see them around. They're still with us. They come to our offices, and this will be a smooth transition for us. And I just want to say how much we appreciate our law enforcement personnel and all the work that they do to help us manage and protect wildlife. Again, the methods, really quick, the methods to report poaching or law enforcement incidents are still the same. So you can find those. There's the phone number, a text. We do have a Utah law enforcement app, and you can also report that on the UTIP line. I just wanted to really quick, while we're here in this part of the update, let everybody know that the application period for upcoming vacant seats on the Wildlife Board is now open. So there's going to be 3 seats that we'll be filling. That application period started just a few days ago, and it's open until March 31st at 5 p.m. So we're recruiting for 3 positions to fill outgoing board members. One of those positions has to be from someone in the Northeast region, and 2 of them can be from anywhere in the state. So if anybody has any interest in applying to be a member of the Wildlife Board, you can go to our website, and all the information and how to do that and links to the application process are there. All right, let's go to the next slide. So from our administrative services section, hunt results for our spring turkey limited entry hunts came out yesterday. Those have been posted, and all of the applicants have been notified. We have 2 upcoming draws, one for the black bear hunts. That opens February 4th and goes to the 18th. Then our big game, our annual big game application period begins March 20th and will close on April 24th. Next slide. All right, from our aquatic section, this was some really good news. It's been several years in process, but to get Congress reauthorize the fish recovery programs for the Colorado and San Juan River basins for the next 7 years. Said that's been being worked on for many years. So we were glad to get that word just recently. That obviously helps many species of wildlife, but specifically is focused on some of our threatened and endangered fish. The humpback chub, razorback sucker, Colorado pikeman on bonytail are all species that those programs being reauthorized will help us as a division and our partners manage. Ice, obviously this is the time of year for ice fishing. Depending on where you are in the state, that can be a little bit dicey right now. So we just want to caution everybody, if you're going to go out ice fishing, make sure that you check the ice conditions. Some of the high elevations have some pretty good ice. Some of the low elevations, depending on where you are ice is still forming and probably isn't very safe. So please make sure that you use caution if you plan to go out to ice fish. But we have been getting good reports. Miles Handberg sent me a picture, our Northeast region, of some of the perch he's caught recently, and there's some pretty good ice fishing going on around the state right now. Right, from our habitat section, this is the time of year that many of our wildlife management areas are closed to protect wintering wildlife. So just want to let everybody know that those the WMAs are usually closed the first part of December, and then they reopen in April in the springtime. We are in the process of our annual habitat funding cycle for fiscal year 26. This is the last week for proposals to be submitted to be considered for funding through our watershed restoration program and our Habitat Council. So we're working hard on finalizing those proposals with our staff and our partners, so we can review all those and assign funding to those by the beginning of our next fiscal year, which starts on July 1st. And we just want to say how much we appreciate all the partners, our sportsmen's organizations, a lot of our state and federal agencies here in the state, and a lot of private landowners and others that we work closely with to do habitat restoration. And we do greatly appreciate all the great work that happens every year in Utah through part of our watershed program. From our conservation outreach section, February is the best time of the year to see bald eagles. I know we've got some viewing days actually scheduled in January, but we'll have a lot more being scheduled around the state in February. We'll be highlighting those spots and allow people to go out and see bald eagles throughout the state. So we'll be offering some live stream opportunities there, and we'll also be posting those on our division calendar, so you can look for those locations and times and dates. There's a couple of ice fishing clinics this month in Price and Springville that have been scheduled if you're interested in those. And all of the upcoming wildlife events and clinics that we hold are available at wildlife.utah.gov events. So you can go there and look at our calendar for all of those. From our wildlife section, big game captures are going well. We caught over 1,000 animals in the early part of winter. So from about November through just before Christmas. One of the highlights of that, we had a 6-month-old fawn that was the heaviest we've seen in all of our 10 years of research, weighed 110 pounds. That's a 6-month-old fawn. So that was pretty exciting. I've also wanted to report for the second year in a row that our swan season did not have to close early. We didn't hit the trumpeter quota, which was good. And then just a reminder to everybody out there that's interested and involved in shed hunting. We do have rules, current rules in effect. And if you're going to go out and gather sheds between January 1st and May 31st, you need to complete the free mandatory ethics course and then carry that completion either digitally or a paper version with you when you're out in the field doing that. We'll also be revisiting some of those shed antler things today in our meeting. And then lastly today, we just wanted to publicly recognize, we were sad to hear the unexpected passing of one of our former board members, Carl Hurst. He passed away on December 18th. He was a 6-year board member, and he served 6 years on our central rack before that. Carl was an avid outdoorsman, hunter, and wildlife advocate. He was, all of us that knew him really appreciated his approach to wildlife and the seriousness he took as a board member. He was very thoughtful and very fair. He always tried to balance opportunity and quality and all those hard decisions that we make all the time. But Carl spent a lot of time in preparing for board meetings and speaking with our staff and other members of the public. And we just wanted to publicly thank him and extend our sympathy to Carl's family and friends. And we're sad to hear about that. So I know some of you here on the board had the opportunity to work with him as board members, and that was hard news to get. And with that, I think that's all we have today for our update.
Thank you, Ashley. And I do appreciate that on Carl too. He was a great guy and great to work with. We'll jump to our next agenda item is item number 5, our waterfowl recommendations for 2025 through 2027. And while Jason's coming up, I'll just mention that if you want to make a comment on this, there's comment cards right on the little round table in the back here by the glass doors. Pick up one of those and give to one of these sweet ladies over here, and she'll make sure we get it. But we'll have a comment period. Anybody wants to make a comment will have 3 minutes to get up and give their comment. So if you want to do that, please fill out a comment card and turn it in. So Jason, anything we need to know about your rack tour? Any modifications or changes that you'd like to share with us?
Right. First of all, good morning. It's good to be here. I do have one correction that came up in my presentation. On the sandhill crane hunts in my presentation, I had them presented as Uintah County and Box Elder County. And it's the Uintah Basin hunt area and East Box Elder. So there's no changes at all to the frameworks or the hunting areas for sandhill cranes. That was just an oversight on my part when I put that presentation together.
Thank you. All right, board members. Any board members have any questions for Jason?
Jason, in some of the racks, it came up about maybe having a sandhill crane hunt further south. Is there ever any possibility ever of having that?
There's a possibility, but if we approach the flyway without maybe bringing some evidence, we'd lose some credibility and they definitely vote us down. So we're actively working on trying to get some transmitters on sandhill cranes in central Utah, because if you watch the racks, you probably saw me talk about we can hunt the Rocky Mountain population, but we can't hunt the lower Colorado River Valley population of sandhill cranes. And that's basically the issue. So we'd like to get some more transmitters on sandhill cranes. They are difficult to catch that time of year and the transmitters are fairly expensive, but we are working on it, and we would like to get some evidence, just basically see where those birds are going. Are they really part of that population or not? And that's some evidence we need to gather in order to expand our sandhill crane hunts.
Okay, thank you.
So for the hunts that we currently have for sandhill crane, how long was the process to get those in place and approved through the process?
Well, Blair worked on a lot of that stuff back when he was waterfowl coordinator. And I don't know the exact history, but basically, when you approach the flyway, you bring a recommendation forth with evidence, and it's either voted through committee and through the Service Regulation Committee and ends up at the Secretary of Interior and becomes hunting frameworks, or it's voted down. So it's kind of a long process. Does that answer your question, Paula?
Yeah, it does. I'd heard somewhere it was like 4 or 5 year process. So I just wondered if that was.
I think once you bring good evidence if you have good evidence to bring to the flyway and your recommendation goes through, then that's about a year process. But I think gathering the evidence to make a change is the slow burn of it. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jason from the board? Any rack chairs have any questions? Okay. We'll ask Ashley to summarize our online comments.
All right, I provided all the members of the board with this summary. We had 3 submissions from the public on this agenda item. 2 comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 1 comment strongly disagreed. We just had a couple of comments left. There was 1 comment requesting the division work with partners to improve ADA accessibility for waterfowl hunting. A couple of specific things that were mentioned in that comment were constructing an ADA accessible hunting blind on the shores of Utah Lake and paving the road to Fish Springs National Refuge. We also had 1 comment asking that the proposed change to the scope season excuse me, be applied statewide instead of just for the southern duck zone, which would make regulations less confusing. And that's my summary.
Thank you. Now we will hear the rack chair reports. Let's start with you, Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the Southern region, we only had 1 motion on this item, and that was to accept the recommendations as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Austin. Eric?
Southeast region only had one motion that was to approve the division's recommendations as presented. That also passed unanimously.
Thank you, Eric. Grizz?
Northeast region had 1 motion, and it was to accept it as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Grizz. Mike?
Central region had 3 motions, as usual. The first was to accept the division's proposal as presented, except the portion combining all migratory game species into 1 guidebook, and that failed 4-6. Then we had a motion to accept the division's recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously. Then we had a motion to recommend the Wildlife Board combine the upland game and waterfowl guidebooks. And our RAC just felt like it was confusing to take a couple of the upland migratory birds and put them in the waterfowl guidebook. That there should be more of the same of the past.
Thank you, Mike. Brad?
Northern Region, we had one motion to accept the recommendations as presented. That passed unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll move to our comments section. If you'd like to make a comment on this, please fill out one. We do not have any comment cards for this particular one. So Jason, you're back up. Maybe address a couple of the things. We talked about this ADA accessible blinds. I know you addressed that in some of the RAC visits. Can you just kind of explain that to us here today?
Well, accessibility is important for our waterfowl managers, for hunters, and for disabled hunters. And we do have ADA accessible blinds at Public and Salt Creek. We have a very popular ADA accessible blind here at Farmington Bay that's reservation only. But a couple of things to remember is these properties were purchased for wildlife management, and they just don't have the same accessibility as like a park. They're primitive by nature. And also there's a lot of issues surrounding building high-end blinds and paths and wetlands because it's illegal to fill wetlands without permits from the Army Corps of Engineers. And at places like Utah Lake, where the water level fluctuates so severely, it's difficult to find an opportunity to build a blind like this. Dave Lee, the manager down in that area, is totally open-minded if the right opportunity comes up and the funding to do ADA accessible blind down there. But I think our folks, like Rich Hansen up at Ogden Bay, just installed an extra wide gate for the off-road style chairs, and he gives that combination out to disabled hunters over the phone. So, you know, our folks are doing what we can, and we want to keep making things as accessible as possible for disabled hunters within reason.
Thank you. I guess I got one more question. Your proposal is to combine the waterfowl and the migratory game birds into one, but in the central region had a proposal to include the let's see how to make sure the upland game birds into that. What problem, or is there going to be problems if we basically? It sounded to me like it'd have one booklet for all birds. Is that
so? I mean, this is kind of a passion project to decrease confusion and put the migratory game birds in one book and the birds that we have to register for HIP. And so our recommendation is to do that. I think if we add the state managed species in there, that we're back to square one where there's confusion. Which birds do we register for HIP? Our recommendation is combine the birds under my program that have federal frameworks, and the hunters have to register for the Harvest Information Program, because there's a lot of confusion around registering for HIPs. And this was to reduce confusion is why we went through this process, and to make things easier for hunters. And I don't think combining all the birds into one guidebook, that kind of, in my opinion, puts us back to an area of confusion. So
Thank you. Other questions for Jason? Well, do we have any comments?
I think that's kind of a good idea to have the ones that need a HIP number all in the same book. It seems a little odd because some of those have traditionally been upland or considered upland because you're like doves and stuff. But I think to have the ones that have a HIP requirement all in the same guidebook's a good idea.
right, and I just want to say other states do this, like Montana does this. They call it the migratory game book, guidebook, I think. And waterfowl hunting heritage is important to me. And I think, ours will be named something like, we're playing with the idea of the Utah Waterfowl and Migratory Game Birds Guidebook. That's kind of the idea we're playing around with, because I want to maintain that waterfowl hunting heritage if it passes the board. And that's kind of what we've been talking about.
I think we'll get to the point where there's a dove stamp instead of a duck stamp.
I don't know.
Jason, we had one online comment that it's out of my wheelhouse, that's for sure, but they asked the question, you know, that the SCOP was only for the southern zone. Could it be statewide?
So
Can you
it's
address that?
within our frameworks. The board could move the SCOP season later. The board could do that. I don't think we should do that. I haven't had anybody reach out to me. I've had a couple offhanded comments from people I've been hunting with that we should do that. But when Blair was a waterfowl coordinator, he crunched all the bag check data that we have been collecting, and he crunched the census data. And there's more SCOP getting killed earlier in the northern zone, and there's more SCOP here earlier. So I don't know if we polled the public and they knew that data, would they want us to move the SCOP season in the northern zone later? I doubt it. So I don't think we should do it. The board could do it. It's within our allowed frameworks to make that change. I just don't think we should.
All righty, thank you. Appreciate you addressing that for us. If we have any other comments, if not, I'll call for a motion on this one.
Just some thoughts I've had about the combining the books or where to put what. And for me, if I want to find something, I look it up online and it pulls me to where I need to go. So, I mean, I feel like it should be organized in a good manner, but it's not going to be as critical in the future, especially for the younger generation on which section it's under. They're just going to find what they want and go there. Just a thought, but. But I would like to make a motion that we accept. I'll make sure I read it right. 2025 through 27 waterfowl and migratory upland species hunt recommendations as presented.
I'll
I'll
second
second it, but I
Thank you.
need to say that Gary and I just got books the other day. Just saying.
Well, I'm not going to say what that means, but.
Yeah, all right. I appreciate that, Paula. We got a recommendation by Paula, seconded by Brett. Let's start down with you, Kent.
Yes.
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 Motion carries. Thank you, Jason.
Thanks.
Next item is our falconry reporting requirement recommendations. Jason, is there anything that from your rack tour that you need to address or?
No, I don't have anything to add. This is a pretty simple recommendation that just makes reporting requirements easier for falconers and actually easier for Division of Wildlife too.
Thank you. Any questions by the board on the falconry? Any questions from our rack chairs? No. Ashley, do we have any comments from online comments?
Yeah, we had just one comment. The comment that was submitted strongly disagreed with the division's proposal, but they didn't leave any specific reason for that disagreement. That's the entire summary for this item.
Thank you. You know, it's been probably 15 years ago, but the falconry bunch come to my little neck of the woods, and I learned quite a bit about it. My son went out with them and had a blast. They wanted somebody to show them around, so they had a couple of high school kids take them around and show them, and that's when I first learned that it was even something that they did, and there's quite a following that do this, so it's a really good thing. So I appreciate it. I don't think we have any comment cards. I don't see any comment cards on this one, so we don't have any comment cards on this one either. So we'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
I personally don't have any knowledge really of falconry, so I was unaware of some of the things that you addressed in this. But I do agree. I think it's a good thing that we simplify things for people as much as possible. I had no idea there was a redundancy in reporting and stuff that wasn't necessary. And so thank you for noticing that and addressing it.
Right, and I'll add that we had the support of the Utah Falconers Association. They came down and supported us at the Central Region, and I worked with their president while I developed this recommendation. So,
thank you. We'll ask our RAC chairs to give us a report on their motion. Let's start with you, Austin.
In the southern region, we had just one motion to accept as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you, Austin. Eric?
Southeastern region also passed unanimously, a motion to accept as presented.
Thank you. Chris?
Northeastern region had one motion, and it was to accept as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you, Mike.
Central region had one motion to pass as unanimous, and it passes unanimously to accept it presented.
Thanks, Mike. Brad?
Northern region had one motion to accept as presented. That passed unanimously.
Thank you. Well, discussion for us. Any further discussion? I'm not seeing any problems with this one at all. So if not, I'll call for a motion on this one.
Make a motion, we accept as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion by Bryce to accept as presented, second by Kent. Any discussion?
Second was Gary, by the way.
Oh, Gary did that? Second by Gary. I'm sorry. I heard down in my right ear. That was. All right. Let's start with you, Brett.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next action item is our Utah Black Bear Management Plan Revision and Rules, R657-33. We'll ask Darren to come up. I think we'll probably have a few comment cards on this one. We had quite a few through the RAC process, and I appreciate all the time people's put into this one too. This was a pretty, I'm not going to say controversial topic, but there was a lot of interest. There was a lot of interest, definitely a lot of interest in this one. So, Darren,
go ahead.
Go through the RAC process. Share with us what you discovered and anything you want to share.
We do have a couple of updates. Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, if you could just go to that second slide. There we go. So I just wanted to update some things after the process. We had a lot of kind of dependent on the RAC. We had several different RACs recommend different harvest strategy changes to our initial recommendations. So we looked at all of those. I think obviously we'll have those conversations today, but just sort of in general where the division would recommend we go with this is I gave our biologists 3 criteria when we did our recommendations this year. One was if you're seeing a lot of domestic sheep, if you have a lot of domestic sheep allotments on your bear unit, you're seeing a lot of depredation, we should be managing those under a more aggressive strategy, try to lower bear densities and to eliminate that conflict. The second thing was human conflict. If we have a lot of bears getting into campgrounds or causing concerns with human safety or even things like crop damage, again, let's be looking at what our densities look like on those units and manage for something that's a little more sustainable. And then finally, and probably actually the most important thing is are we seeing any impacts from black bears on our mule deer populations? And typically, bears are virtually not a problem for adult deer. They're able to get away and they don't prey on them regularly. But when we look at our neonate studies, we do sometimes see significant portions of our brand new fawns, 0 to 6 months, being taken by bears, sometimes in the same numbers that we see lions taking those animals. And so it's kind of a density dependent function in that if you've got a lot of bears on a unit, that tends to crop up. If bears are a little bit less numerous on a unit, they tend to not have any impact at all on mule deer. So those are kind of 3 criteria we give our biologists. So given that, as we work through these unit recommendations from the RACs, that's just what we'd like to have everybody keep in mind. And so not to get too specific yet, but there's one recommendation on the cache that I think would probably be consistent with those instructions. The other ones, we'd recommend that we keep them as we recommend them. They have cache was to allow a couple extra multi-season permits in order to try and get some harvest spread out across the seasons. They also had a recommendation about season days. We felt like allowing some additional opportunity throughout the whole season might solve that problem. The concern was that a lot of those gates don't open early for hunters in the spring. And so they have kind of a shortened season. I think the way we'd prefer to go, if the board wants to do something there, is to allow more multi-season opportunities and leave the season dates the same. The other ones, the other units all have either mule deer concerns or sheep allotment concerns, and so we'd recommend we keep those where they are. But obviously, we'll have that conversation. The other thing that came up is at least a couple of racks, we had some Forest Service input, and this is with regards to allowing metal barrels in order to use bait in metal barrels, and this is one of the action items. The Forest Service said they're supportive, and if we're willing to let hunters know that they have some restrictions on Forest Service lands, that they waive any kind of special use permit, so a person could apply for a bait permit, and as long as they're doing this on Forest Service lands, they don't need to go to the forest separately and get permission. And so we have the rule currently that's being recommended, I think, covers this. It just says that if you're on anybody's land, you need to abide by their rules. But specifically in the guidebook, we can put this language just to let our hunters know if they're setting up baits on Forest Service, they're gonna, and it's not a whole lot different than what we currently require. It's just a little bit more clarification on what the Forest Service thinks about in terms of campgrounds, formal trailheads, visitor centers, picnic areas. Those are what they're going to be looking at. So that would be our recommendation in terms of that Forest Service recommendation. So other than that, and there was one typo that we mentioned, the racks. In the packet, there are a couple different numbers for the NEBO recommendations. One says 26, one table says 26 permits, one says 36, and that should be 36. And that's all I've got for clarification.
Thank you, Darren. Appreciate you taking care of that already, so we don't have to discuss that.
Sure.
That today. So thank you. All right, questions for Darren from the board.
Yeah, one of the action items was the use of metal barrels.
Right.
And I talked to you about that, and you said the division's recommending that, so that will be within the division's proposal.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Darren, we actually had one individual who was online had a question. Is it just one metal barrel, or can he have multiple as long as they're not bigger than 55 gallons? And I assumed it was just one.
It's one per site.
It's just one barrel per site
Per site.
with a maximum of 55 gallons.
Yeah, we may need to look at the language and just make sure that's clear, but
Okay.
typically when you set up a bait site, it's one location.
So if that person's listening, that you got your answer. One.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions for Darren?
One thing was brought up about allowing baits on private lands. And I guess I just wanted to make it known if they're listening that we are discussing this, and I believe the intent is to put that on the action log later on.
I think that would be a good strategy. Thanks for reminding me of that, Kent. That is another thing that came up in the Southeastern region, to allow the use of bait in the fall on private land in order for people who might have a lot of bears on their private property and want to lower those numbers to be able to use bait rather than just a spot and stop type of hunt. So I'd recommend that we put it on the action log and let us take a year to look at that and bring something back in the future.
Thanks, Darren.
Yeah, not yet. I think we ought to get the rack stuff on this one first. Any other questions for Darren? On the board? Questions from the rack chairs? Mike?
I have one question that pertains to our rack and how we voted. In your slide, it showed that your permit recommendations didn't really change that much. But in our rack, we talked about not using a limited entry permit to go towards the quota. Did that include that topic?
Yeah, so we're not recommending any changes based on the rack, but let's talk about that during the process. And if that's something that people, I don't have any particular heartburn about that. I think that we could do that if that's something that everybody wants to do and agrees to.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll ask Ashley if you'll summarize our electronic public comment.
All right, we had 17 submissions for this agenda item. 4 comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal, 12 comments strongly or somewhat disagreed, and we had 1 comment that was neutral. Some of the specific comments we heard, we had 3 comments that generally expressed support for the black bear permit recommendations, including allowing hunters with a multi-season permit to hunt the harvest objective season on the unit that they draw. We had 4 comments not supportive of the black bear permit recommendations, feeling there are too many permits being proposed. Some of the specifics on not supporting the permit recommendations included concern over the high percentage of females being reported in the harvest and feeling that this is evidence there's too much pressure on the black bear population overall. Multiple comments that the permit recommendations are not science-based, but rather are being dictated by politics. And then 1 not supportive of permit recommendations due to the lag in population data that's used to determine the permit numbers, drought conditions in recent years, and the downward population trend. We had several comments that expressed support for allowing metal containers when baiting. And then the Safari Club International Conservation Organization submitted comments that were generally supportive of the division's black bear recommendations, including the use of metal containers when baiting and allowing multi-season permit holders to hunt harvest objective seasons on the unit they draw. SCI also included a general statement that science-based conservation using hunting is an important wildlife management conservation tool, and maximizing hunting opportunity is key to long-term funding for all conservation. And that's the summary for this agenda item.
Thank you, Ashley. We'll go to our RAC chairs for their motions, and we'll start with you, Austin.
Thank you. In the southern region, I had a lot of discussion about permit numbers, especially in southern units like Beaver and the Boulder. But in the end, we had 3 motions. The first one was to accept as presented. That failed with a vote of 4 to 5. And we had a second motion that passed just the baiting regulation changes portion of the rule, and that passed 5 to 4. Then we had a third motion to accept the remainder as presented, and that did pass that time, 5 to 4. That's it.
Thank you, Austin. Eric?
Okay, Southeastern region also had quite a lengthy discussion about permit numbers. We ended up with 5 different motions. First motion was to allow limited entry bear permit holders who have not harvested the bear to also hunt the spot and stalk season. That passed 5 to 4. The next motion was to ask the Wildlife Board to create an action item that asks the division to come up with a plan to provide additional bear hunting opportunity on private lands to help meet management objectives and provide opportunities for the public, and for those plans to be presented next year. That motion passed unanimously. The next motion was to accept the remainder of the plan as presented. That motion failed 5 to 4. The next motion was to propose that the bear hunt strategies and hunt numbers on the south and north Manti units remain the same. That passed 5 to 4. 5 to 3, excuse me, with 1 no vote. Fourth motion was to keep the hunt strategies for the Boulder unit at a moderate and keep the Bitter Creek at light. That motion failed for lack of a second. And the fifth motion was to approve the remainder of the recommendations as presented, and that passed 7 to 1.
Thank you, Eric. And I think if I'm not mistaken, you got to vote at least 1 time. Yeah, twice. That's what I was thinking, twice. All right, Grizz.
Northeastern region had a lengthy discussion on it as well too. The first we had 2 motions on it. The first one was to keep the Bitter Creek Book Cliff South bear tags as currently what's there, and to move it to a light strategy to light, and that passed 6 to 2. Part of the reason for this was we had a lot of support that it's getting hard to find a bear out there. I can tell you from experience, my son had a tag out there last spring, and it was pretty rough to find one, to be able to run one. Yeah, there were people that did, but it was pretty tough. But also, we don't have when this was originally presented and brought around, it was most people felt that it was more for sheep control, for livestock control. That we don't have an issue with sheep out there in the book list being with bear depredation on there. And so that was I think that's where a lot of this is coming from as well too, but also just the fact that they feel like we're really hammering the bears out there. The next motion was to accept the remainder of the division's black bear proposal as presented, and that passed 6-2.
Thank you, Grizz. Mike?
The Central Region had two motions. The first passed 9-1, and that was to accept the division's recommendations as presented, except for allowing the limited entry harvest to be counted towards the harvest objective quota. And that just dealt with, the proposal is to allow the multi-season hunters to be able to also hunt that quota hunt. And we didn't want to see that one of those harvests go against the quota harvest, one of those limited entry harvests. And then the second motion passed unanimously, and that was for a bear box. The DWR buffers developed recreation sites and requires a core to be attached to the containers.
Thank you, Mike. Brad?
All right. Northern Region, we had three motions. This first one, I'll read the motion and try and explain. So I preface this, I did not do a good job with this motion, so I apologize for confusion. The motion was that the recommendations would be subject to a nominal effects clause determination coming from the Forest Service or the Forest Service region that would be specific to barrels and canisters for baiting on Forest Service lands. That passed 6-3. The three opposed felt the division's proposal was right, and two others did not agree with accepting that based on language that didn't exist yet from the Forest Service. So that was the first motion. The second motion, this was just on the Cache Ogden unit, was to extend the hound season to account for road closures and add 3 permits to the multi-season bear hunt on the Cache Ogden unit. That passed unanimously. And our last motion was to accept the plan revision and rule with the addition of limited entry bear hunters to purchase an additional spot and stock permit, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you, Brad. I think, your one on the Forest Service, that actually prompted us to add this, so I think that was a good thing. And the last motion, just to make sure, if I understood it right, it was the unsuccessful limited entry bear hunters could. Is that where was it for anybody? I mean, if I had a limited entry and I killed a bear, could I still get a spot and stock? Is that? I was assuming it was for unsuccessful, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we didn't specify for just unsuccessful. There was just desire from the individual for everybody else can purchase a spot and stock permit. He felt like
they could get a second
limited
one.
entry hunter should as well.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll ask Ashley, if you don't mind, give us a summarization of the electronic public comments. Oh, did we do that already? Oh, yeah, we did. I'm sorry. We'll go to public comment. Let's see, we'll start here. Chad Ennington will be first. If you don't mind, come up to this mic over here to my right here, stand up that one and tell us your name and give us your comment. Everyone will get 3 minutes. After Chad will be Myron Richens.
I'm Chad Edgington, and I raise sheep and cattle. I don't know if you, for those that have hit the age of 50, something happens in your body, not necessarily on the day you hit it, but as you look back, you say, I don't know what happened, but I slowed down or something happened. I don't know when the day, but the last few years, we've seen a significant number of bears, significantly more than we've seen in the past. I personally don't like the fact that we have to wait for them to kill several livestock before sheep specifically, before we can take them, but we've abided by that. And I'm just, I put a lot of money into trying to protect our livestock. And without a doubt, we have seen a significant number of more bear than we have in the past in just the last few years. So that's my comment. That's fact. That's really what's happened. So.
Thank you, Chad. Myron Richens, and after Myron is going to be Corey Huntsman.
My name is Myron Richens, and we run our sheep under the name of Norman Richens Livestock. And this past year, on Durst Mountain, which is just to the east of Morgan, our herders shot and killed 3 bear. The trapper trapped 1. And then and just for your information, 2 of those were great big boars, and the third one was a small boar. And we brought the head of all of them down to Officer Loveland, brought all of those down to the Ogden Fish and Game. And after those had been taken, there were 2 other ones that were seen that were not taken, and those that were taken had all killed in our herds at that particular time. Up in on the Fish and Game property east of Hennifer, the trapper killed 1 up there that had been killing our ewes and lambs. And then after we left, after the trapper had trapped that one, and just before we left to go up to the forest on the Whitney Reservoir, another of a bear had killed 4 right in one area. We never did get that bear. There are lots of them out there, and they certainly have had a great effect upon our livestock. And we feel like that there ought to be more protection from the bear population. Appreciate the opportunity to visit with you about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Myron. Corey Huntsman, and after Corey will be Toby Paul. I'm sure I butchered that.
Corey Huntsman, I'm representing the Utah Houndsman Association. I appreciate you guys doing what you do and all the sacrifice and time that you dedicate to Utah wildlife. Through the racks, we asked the questions where the pressure was coming from on some of these units that show they needed to decrease or remain the same, and there seemed to be justification on a lot of units for the wool growers. But as a board, we voted on, we went through the data and we submitted a grammar request to see exactly where those were and how many there were. And we picked 3 units that we thought needed to be looked at. First one being Manti South. That one has been in a moderate harvest, but the increase this year is recommended to go to 50%. We do think that unit could take an increase, but we were hoping to leave it in moderate instead of move it to liberal and put the increase somewhere more around 20%. They had some depredation on the west side, but 0 on the east side. The next unit was Book Cliffs, Bitter Creek, and like the Southeastern rack said, the sheep are on the mountain in the wintertime on that unit, so there's no depredation issues. I'm sure there was some fawn depredation on that one. In fact, I think I'd looked it up and it was the 3rd leading cause, so maybe that was due to the fawns. But I think that unit would, I mean, like they said, that was one of our best units in the state, and now it's hard to find a bear down there. In fact, 62% of the ones that were killed were females and sows and juveniles, sorry. And the last unit was let me pull my phone out. I got to cheat. we did the Book Cliffs and I'm sorry. Let's see. Boulder. The Boulder we would like to see remain in a moderate. that unit actually called for up to a 40% decrease, and we're increasing. And we were told that was over sheep as well, but all of the sheep on that side are on that unit are on the Parker, where the bears are not there. In fact, that unit didn't have any sheep depredation on it. So on units like the Manti, we would be more than happy to, rather than, just completely destroy the quality on some of these hunts. I would hope we could partner with the wool growers and get our hunters in on those areas where they have allotments and try to help each other out. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Colby and then David Earl.
My name's Colby Pace. I represent myself as a rancher also. I also represent Utah Public Land Council. Been just established in the last year. Been around for a long time. So many ranchers we all graze on public lands and do business on public lands. So public lands is a huge important to all of our operations in the predator world. And so with that being said, the bear part, being on the Forest Service, like Myron had talked about, private lands and different parts. The bear thing is slowly, like Chad, I'm only 49, so I don't have to be 50 yet. So Chad's got to be the old guy today. But as far as it goes, as the bear encroachment that has happened through the division and for other things, it's been slowly materializing over the years, as we all know. And the only way to take care of these particular items and thing is have good people on the ground, have good encroachment, have good parts to take care of these animals, to where that we as producers can be more viable. I mean, because I don't know if any of you understand, I know Brett does, but in the sheep world, a bear comes in there, scatters them sheep for 4 or 5 days, and them herders are putting them back together. Those sheep are so finicky, they'll just stress. I mean, and so that bear blows that herd of sheep down the road. And I mean, you're picking sheep up 4 or 5 days at a time. And there's 3 here, 2 there, 4 over there. Well, that's costing me money. I mean, because my guys got to go take care of them sheep to get back, or we got to go help him put them sheep back together. Okay. The thing of it is so if them lambs, for instance, are 5 pounds lighter than they should be because the bear's been in them all summer. It's an economic thing, The economics come to everybody's pocketbook. We all like to put a little money in our pocket, move on and go. It's, ranching is a tough operation. And so that being said, in the support of what Darren's work has been taking place over the years, I've been in contact with Darren a lot, over the years, that he bring to different cattlemen's things and different conversations and stuff. The recommendation from me as a rancher and the Public Land Council, we will support to go and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colby. David, and then up on deck is Troy Henry.
David Earl, wool grower, northern Utah. I neighbor Chad and Myron here in the Lost Creek drainage. And I've been there for probably 30 years and I've never seen a bear. We've seen sign, we know they're there. We never seen them. This year we identified 5 different bears. We took one of them bears. These guys took, I don't know how many bears total. And the rack and the board always works off of science. Well, I think we have the science established here that we got way too many bears. I would like to see it that the sportsmen come in and take these bears, extend these seasons, put these seasons when they're more effective, that we can do more. On the northern end where we run in Logan Canyon, we took 3 bears in 3 weeks. In a 10-mile radius, there's 5 bands of sheep that run there. And out of them 5 bands of sheep, over 600 lambs didn't come back. The bears and lions are annihilating us, and we're not going to be there if something isn't done. Darren and his crew has done everything they can to help us, and we thank their help. But we need further help. We got to work on these large predators. They got to be taken care of, or the wool growing industry isn't going to survive. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Troy, and after Troy is Ann Huckleberry.
Troy Henry with Utah Farm Bureau. I'm here. We've had a lot of comments on this issue from our membership. Livestock producers this is just one more issue that they have to deal with, along with a long laundry list of it. I guess the best analogy I can think of would be if you're a small business owner and you sell a product, and people keep stealing that product, limiting your profitability. Well, that's fine. That's a cost of doing business. Ranchers have a cost of doing business too. But it would be silly for us to say we're not going to prevent that or stop it because we're having too much fun chasing the criminals. So we'd encourage you to support this bear plan and any other increases that we can to protect livestock from predators. Thanks.
Thank you, Troy. Ann, and after Ann will be Sierra Nielsen.
Hi, my name is Ann Olkelberry. I'm the president of the Utah Wool Growers and also a rancher. My husband and I are both sixth generation ranchers with sheep and cattle. And the bears are a big issue for us. We run sheep in Strawberry, the Duchesne Ridge, Wellsburg, and the Lake Creek area. And we're getting lots of kills. And not only do we get the kills, but like Colby said, they scatter the herds. They lose weight. That's money for us. But they also will just maul them or play with them and leave wounds, open wounds that get fly bloat, and they die a horrible death if they don't get attended to. And we cover thousands of acres on horseback, and it's impossible to see everything. So it's a big problem for us. We were just in California. We sent some yearling ewe lambs in California down there to be fed for the winter, which is not cheap, but we don't have any depredation problem down there. But it costs a lot of money to get them down there. But my point here is that they used to have 300,000 lambs in that Imperial Valley, and now they're down to 50,000. So, we're losing ground fast. So any help we can get with these bears and helping us, get rid of our kills and our losses would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Ann. Sierra Nielsen, and I think the last comment card I have is Troy Justison. So if anyone else would like to make a comment, please get one up here.
Good morning, you guys. My name is Sierra Nelson. I'm with the Utah Wool Growers Association. And the reason that I have time to come down here and bother all of you again is because someone else is out producing the food that we eat 3 meals a day. Agriculture is not optional. It's not. And while that's not the division's problem to manage agriculture, it is their problem to manage the predation that we undertake. And we've been saying it for years. We're saying it again. There are too many bears. The population has been increasing. I'm a failed bird hunter. I see bear sign many places that I've never seen it before. Our producers are on the ground 365 somewhere in the state, and they're seeing sign where they haven't seen it before. And I acknowledge that it needs to be science-based and you have to have the data to back some of these things. But at what point does the citizen science take over and be able to give credence to that? As far as not being able to have kill confirmations, I think it's really important to address that and understand that there are 20 predator technicians in the state that can go around and confirm kills. But at the same time, they're also supposed to be preventing kills and doing depredation work. So you're robbing Peter to pay Paul to get them there. I'm begging for some better kill confirmation system. I like the coyote bounty reporter. I'd like to see that used for predator work. But more so, I'm telling you, we can't afford to keep letting the bear population get out of hand. In Cache, where I live, they ran everybody out of the campgrounds. They're killing so many lambs that my producers might go under. I'm not just asking for help, I'm begging for help. And we can do that by working with the sportsmen and by following the division's recommendations to be able to go forward and to take more bear. I'm not saying kill every bear everywhere. I'm saying let's manage the numbers so they're within carrying capacity. And let's move forward together so that we can have the wildlife that we want in the state. Because guess what? When the sheep are gone, the deer and elk remain, and the predators still need to eat. So if we're going to have our fawns survive, we've got to take care of the bears. And I need help on the wildlife side because we flat out just can't afford to keep feeding the predators, especially if they're just there for sport. So I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra. Troy Justison, and I do have another comment card, Lynn Anderson.
Sierra, you need to borrow my high heels. You can reach this mic. Troy Justison, Sportsman with Fish and Wildlife. First off, I want to just thank the board for recognizing Carl. When I got that news, that was a gut punch, not expected. Carl was a great member of the Wildlife Board and a great wildlife advocate. So Carl, thank you. We miss you, brother. I think one of the things that talked about is the book cliffs. There's no sheep there, that's true. But from my recollection, when we did the neonate study out there, that bears accounted for the largest kill of the fawns in Neo State. Maybe it's time that we go back out there and see, since we removed a lot of those bears, what that actually is, if those predation numbers have come down. But as far as Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife, we support the division's recommendations as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Lynn Anderson, and this is our last comment, unless we get any more comment cards.
Hi, I'm Lynn Anderson from Bountiful, Utah. My roots are in Heber. I go many generations back in Heber. In Heber, there is a organization that was founded called Vital Ground, and it's for the preservation and acquisition of land to connect bear populations so that there's not much interbreeding. And I have left all of the money I will have at the end of my life to Vital Ground. I care very much about bears, and I believe that we need more bears. I believe that bears are an essential keystone species for the preservation of our environment. The woman in the black sweater said we need to have more consideration of the citizens, I guess, as opposed to the animals. But I, as a citizen, believe the animals are essential to our future, for the livelihood of our next generation. And I believe my interest and the interest of citizens who have similar views to me are just as important. We are just as interested as the people whose livelihoods depend on the prey or the sheep or whatever species they're growing. And I think that the environment needs to be the highest consideration because it's all the future generations have. And I would just like to say that I think the bears ought to be given high priority. We have a lot of humans. We have other ways to make a living. I don't actually believe that hunting is a sport. I think a sport is something that is between two equal competitors, and that's not what this is. So that's what I think, and I hope that you'll take consideration of the other side of the argument here also. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, we'll give some time to Darren. Is there anything that you've heard today from the comments that you'd like to address, from the division?
Not a lot. I think we hit a couple of the specific things early where the division stands. I think it's also probably important to remember that, we're not trying to eradicate bears from the landscape, but we are trying to address conflicts when they arise. And bears are awesome. I love black bears, but they can sometimes cause problems. And I think we can do both. I think we can address problems that arise and still have black bears in the state and enjoy them and our kids and grandkids. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions or whatever we want to do with this.
I just got one before you leave.
Yeah, sure.
from what we heard, these folks that were, some of these producers, are they from the Cache Ogden unit? Is that
Some
from-
are, there's a lot of producers here and they're from all over the state. And that's one of the reasons we ask our biologists to, you need to look and see if you've got domestic sheep allotments. And we made a conscious decision to try to lower for lower bear densities where producers are trying to produce sheep. That's not most of the units in the state. It's across the state, but there's a lot of places in the state where that's not an issue. And so then that would come into, if we're seeing some concerns with our mule deer, or we're seeing some concerns with human conflict. And to be honest, most of our human conflicts taking place in our high population density areas along the front. So there are places where we could probably be a little less aggressive towards bear harvest, and those are represented in the recommendations as well. So we're trying to take a holistic approach. We're trying to give our biologists maximum flexibility when they need to address management decisions.
Thank you, Darren.
Mhm.
I'm going to make an attempt at trying to summarize our RAC motions. We had quite a few on this one, but I think in the central, we had a motion to accept as presented, but also allow the limited entry harvest to be counted towards the harvest objective quota.
No, to not count the limited entry. If anybody harvests, if a limited entry permit holder harvests a bear during the spot and stock quota season, that it not be counted towards the spot and stock quota.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I've got this written wrong here. And then another motion that has to do with the buffer of recreational sites and having a COR, and that has been addressed. On the northern region, we did talk about the Forest Service land, which has been addressed, that motion. And then to extend the hound season to account for road closures, and add 3 permits to the multi-season bear hunt on the Cache Ogden unit. And then to allow limited entry bear hunters to purchase additional spot and stock permit. I get that right, Brad? In the southern region, we had a motion to accept the recommendations, changes to the baiting regulations, and then to pass the rest of it as presented. I think that's right, Austin. The Southeast region, to limit bear permit holders, to allow limited entry bear permit holders who have not harvested a bear to hunt the spot and stock seasons in open units. And then to ask Wildlife Board to create an action item that asks the division to come up with a plan to provide additional bear hunting opportunities on private lands to help meet the management objectives and provide opportunities for the public. I think I got that right, Eric. And then another one to have bear hunt strategies on the South Manti and the North Manti units remain the same. The hunt numbers and the strategies hunt remain the same as they were in 2024.
Yeah, that motion actually failed. That one failed 5-4, and then another motion to accept it passed.
The first one failed and the second one passed, right? I mean, but the first one was on, make sure I get this right. Maybe I've got this written wrong. I've got it written here that.
No, I'm mistaken.
Okay.
That you're correct.
All right. And then on the Northeast region, basically to keep the Book Cliffs and Bitter Creek South bear tags as currently, and move the harvest strategy to light. And then accept the remainder of the plan. So did I butcher anything there? Go ahead, Eric.
On the Boulder and the Book Creek, that motion died because of a lack of a second.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. But you actually had one to have the limited entry bear permit holders who have not harvested a bear to hunt the spot and stalk, and that passed. And then to have a bear hunt strategies and hunt numbers in the south and north Manti remain the same as 2024.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, we'll bring it back to the board.
So, can I ask Darren on the north? They wanted the hound season to be longer, but for the gates to open, but I'm afraid that overlaps on the bait.
Yeah, there's a couple
season.
concerns. Sorry, Brad, I didn't mean to step on you. Are you?
No, you're not. I just,
So
go
we
ahead.
talked about that after the meeting, talked to the region, talked to some of the folks that were at the meeting about that. And I think where we've landed on that is, I mean, obviously we're recommending the same thing we did at the rack, but if the board was inclined to do some changes up there, the concern there is that, you know, those Forest Service gates are going to stay locked regardless of what we don't have control over when those open up, and the Forest Service has, you know, a protocol for when they open those gates. The concern just is that the hound hunters aren't able to get into some of that backcountry until fairly late in the spring. There is a fall hound hunt in, well, fall, summer, you know, August that they could hunt. If we added some multi-season permits to that unit, that would allow folks that drew those to hunt the spring and then the fall, and they'd also be able to hunt bait season beginning Memorial Day. So that's kind of, if the board is inclined to do something there, that's where we'd recommend we go, and not change the seasons around. We'd like to kind of keep the seasons this uniform across the state if we can. But obviously that it's up to the board. If you want to change dates, you certainly can.
well, it seems to me that the Bear Committee, y'all have tried to keep it more uniform to make it less confusing. And
Right.
so just adding those other
That's
tags.
the main reason, just to try to, so everybody in there, you know, we do have, you know, Book Cliffs has a little bit different season set up. The other thing to think about in terms of dogs in the field is, you know, as we start getting into June, you know, we're looking at fawns hitting the ground, and we'd like to avoid hounds in the field with neonate fawns as well. So really, we're just talking about a couple week period when you start looking at how those dates line out. So again, I think probably the multi-season solution would be the way to go if that's the way you want to try to address some of that.
Thank you, Darren.
Yep.
So are you saying to adjust those tag numbers and move them to multi-season that were originally that hound season where the gates aren't often open? Or
Yeah, so it depends on the year and how much snow we get. So some
Yeah.
years they can get up there earlier, but again, a multi-season permit would allow, and instead of having one, which we're currently recommended, they recommend an additional 3. So that'd be 4 hunters that, if they weren't able to get up there early, could hunt in the bait season, hunt in during spot stock, and hunt during that fall hound season as well. So it'd be more, and the cache, you know, has relatively small, lower number of bears than to some of our other units. And so that number of 4 is probably reasonable for that unit.
do you see a problem at all with allowing the hunters that didn't harvest on a limited entry to buy a spot and stock?
I think if we wanted to do that, I would just suggest that, so we're currently recommending that if you draw a multi-season permit, you can hunt any open harvest objective unit on that same unit. If we wanted to go the limited entry route, I think I would say if you have a limited entry permit, you can hunt any open spot stock harvest objective season. That'd probably be a way to solve that. So they could use the permit they already have. Additional permits would mean they could potentially take an additional bear, and that's not allowed under the current rule. So you can only take 1 bear a year. And bears are more sensitive to harvest than lions. I don't think I'd recommend increasing the bag for bears. So probably the cleanest way, if you're inclined to allow a limited entry hunter to hunt the spot and stock season. Now, there are some harvest objective seasons that are bait seasons. I think I'd steer clear of that. That'll throw in a whole lot of other guys in the field during a bait season, and they'll be fighting over bait sites. So I'd just stick with the spot and stock season and to let people use their limited entry permit if they don't harvest to hunt during spot and stock. And I don't think there'd be a problem there.
So would it say that right on the permit that,
Yeah, we can tweak the rule to allow a limited entry hunter to hunt any open, and this way it wouldn't even necessarily have to be the unit they drew the permit for, but any open harvest objective unit that has a spot and stock hunting strategy. We'll wordsmith it, but basically that'd be what it, basically be that fall season in September through the big game hunts.
thank you.
Darren, I got a question. Can you
Sure.
address the book cliffs?
Yeah.
Obviously Grizz, you know,
There was a
they've
little
got
bit of-
experience out there, but
Right. There's a little bit of confusion in the racks. Book Cliffs has been managed under the moderate strategy. 3 or 4 years ago, when we were doing neonate study out on the Book Cliffs, we saw really high fawn mortality, sometimes close to 30%. Neonates, so 0 to 6 month old fawns being taken by bears. And now it's been a couple years since those numbers, since we saw those numbers. We also see a fairly low, relatively low sow take, and also a fairly high adult male bear take on the Book Cliffs, which indicates that population is still growing. Now, Grizz is, you know, I don't hunt out there. Maybe Dallin can speak to the specifics about the unit. We'll let Dallin come up and address some of that specific. But our concern there is that neonate number, and we want to make sure that we're managing bears at a level out there that we're not seeing a lot of impact to fawns. And again, that seems to be density dependent. The more bears you have, the more likely that is to be a thing than if you have fewer bears. But go ahead, Dallin.
but 2 questions though that he can maybe address too. I mean, we get live data every year, not every 3 years, right? And then also there's no sheep out there on this particular one that we're having that conflict, right?
Yes, correct. So I'm Dallin Christensen. I'm the wildlife program manager for the Northeast region. There are no summer sheep allotments on the Book Cliffs. There are winter allotments, but we don't, typically have any issues with the winter allotments because the bears are hibernating. To speak to, I guess, like real-time data, we do see mortalities on our collared animals from bears. I don't have the exact numbers right now, but we do see still today on our adult collared animals. But going back to Darren talking about the neonates study, that's mostly where this recommendation came from. We have 2 years out of the 3 years where bears were the #1 cause of mortality on our neonate fawns. And our deer herd is struggling in the Book Cliffs, so we're trying to look out for them a little bit.
Grizz, go ahead.
What was the third year biggest mortality?
The third year was a bit of an anomaly. That was in 2021. And if you remember, we reached temperatures in the 90s during the time when the fawns were being born. So most of them that we were finding that were dead, actually, we couldn't tell. They were just basically whole carcasses left. So.
Thank you. I guess my question for Grizz is what does the Northeast feel like as far as the Book Cliffs? Is the bears, it seems like, I mean, they're the bears, but then also the deer are not doing good. What's their balance?
It depends on how you look at it. The neonate study, the way I've been explained by the Utah Houndsman and some of those guys, is that in that neonate study, and I think even in the rack it said 1 year was lions was the highest in the neonate, and the second year was bears, and the third year was those fawns just dying. But the way I understand it, in the first 2 years at neonate, they weren't even out there quick enough to determine for sure if it had been predated on, or if it had died before it had been predated on. That's the one thing that the houndsmen are also basing it off of. But also, they're just not finding the bears out there. We have Colorado on one side, you have the tribe on the other. And so when you get in some of those older bears or mature boars are getting killed on closer to those edges of it where they're coming in from other areas. And so when you get in the center part of the Book Cliff somewhere in there, you're seeing less, that's where you're getting into less bears in that area. And so as far as, the deer out there doing pretty good this year. I mean, I think Troy's got a good point when he commented on maybe we need to look at it further, look and see what's out there. See, are the bears having a problem on the deer right now? I think that's what is coming because we don't have that data really now. Yeah, they're probably having some die from bear predation out there, but we don't have that real-time data that we've had for the last few years. But it's just hard to find one out there. You had one houndsman say we had like 3 or 4 guys chase the same sow for 10 straight days type deal, you know? And so that's kind of where a lot of your houndsmen are basing it off of.
I'll just follow up with that a little bit. I got it pulled up here. In 2019, we had 10 of our neonates killed by cougars and 5 of them killed by bear. And in 2020, we had I'm sorry.
Randy, I've got that here.
Yeah, I've actually looked at it. I looked at the graph wrong. If you don't mind.
Yeah,
tell us
so
what that is.
2019, so make sure I'm looking at the right color here. 10 neonates lost to cougars and 10 lost to bears, so the same number. In 2020, it looks like it was 5. So 5, that's probably what you're looking at.
Yep.
5 to cougars and 7 to bears. So that second year is more to bears. And that's, you know, I don't remember how many they had collared, but that's by and far the 2 largest causes of mortality of those neonates on the Book Cliffs. And then again, that third year was, you know, they were dying from other things before the bears got there, it looks like. And you know, Grizz is right. Sometimes with bears, it's hard to tell if they were the cause or just scavenging a dead animal. And we try really hard to make that determination. And if we can't tell, we'll chalk that down to, we don't know, unknown. So, and that's true with sheep as well. So a lot of times those sheep are just gone and it's hard to tell. You don't get there and the lambs, bear's gone, eating the whole thing. And so a lot of those just go unknown. So that's a tough part of management of bears.
One more question on the boulder. Corey mentioned it had called for a decrease, but that's not the case. Can you address?
Yeah, well, if it continued under the management strategy it was under during the last 3 years, then yeah, that's what we would have done. The plan would have called for a decrease. But when you change a strategy, you can adjust permits up to 50%, and the plan allows the biologist to do that. And so, so I guess the overall indication was that under the old strategy, under the less aggressive strategy, that we were probably seeing a reduction, increasing that harvest pressure will probably will continue to decrease the overall bear density, but we'll manage to the parameters in the plan on that. And that's by intent. And again, that's trying to be answerable to those producers down there that are trying to run on that mountain. And I'm not disputing, you know, Corey has some details about where those sheep go, and please take that into account as you think about it. But we did meet with those producers down there, and we told them, you know, we'd work with them to try to address their concerns where they arise.
And just to be clear, looking at the numbers, last year we recommended 80, this year we're recommending 80 permits. So it's really not changing. It's just the strategy that's changing.
Yeah, the strategy changed. They're not recommending a ton of changes because they felt like they're already on that trajectory where they want to go, and they want to be a little bit conservative. Again, if you get real aggressive with bears, you can get rid of bears fast, which we're not trying to do. We want to make sure we're managing and being responsive and at addressing concerns.
Hey, Darren. Sorry.
Sorry. I
was going to grab before he got
Oh, you're
sad.
good. I need the exercise. It's obvious.
I've talked to several of the biologists around, and they said they're seeing an interesting thing with the bears where when they increase tags, they don't necessarily increase the harvest. You know, I know one of the troubles we've had on Nebo is it's hard to get bears there. And so you can put a pile of tags on there and you're still only going to get a certain amount of bears. But it does increase the opportunity for people to get out and chase. And that's part of the strategy too. But I I look at this whole thing and, you know, everybody in every state is highly concerned with the plight of the mule deer. I mean, we're losing them out of all the western states and for a lot of different reasons. And a good portion of the reasons we can't do anything about. You know, we can't make it rain.
Right.
You know, we can't have an ideal snowpack at request, but the things that we can manage, I think we ought to kind of do what we can to give the deer a boost, because even though they have good years and bad years, and this year looks like a good year overall as a herd, the deer are in trouble in our state. So I think I'm good with increase in tags.
Okay, thanks.
This is a little bit off of where we're at right now, but it's something I thought about, and it's been discussed before. Has the division looked at dropping the cost of the over-the-counter harvest objective tags?
Yes, that was one objective that came out of our mule deer plan, was to recommend that we reduce the spot and stock tag to like a $30 tag. I don't think we settle on a number, but it's somewhere less than what the limited entry tag is. And because it's a lot lower success hunt. So there's support for that, but this is something that the legislature has to do. And so we committed to, when we take another package up, to propose fee changes, that we'd include that as part of that effort. And so Lindy might know the timing on that. It's probably, another year or so out before we do that. We just barely did that. So we don't typically do that every year. We kind of do it and evaluate all of our permits all at once. So that's the plan. I won't make her come up here.
Sorry, we keep having all these questions.
It's
for
fine.
you.
That's what I'm here for.
So on Manti South, there are sheep allotments on there. Is that correct? Do you
That's
know?
my understanding. Yeah. If one of our regional folks is here, knows better than, or even ag, Cole's here. If he could probably speak more to the specifics of some of the things they're working with. I told him I wouldn't make him get up either if he doesn't have to, but he could answer that, I'm sure. He says there's a few. Yeah. So Cole Selman is our agriculture predator lead on addressing those concerns.
Gotcha. And are they both east, west, north, south, or is it kind of specific area?
You might have to get it to the mic, Cole. Cole, if you go to that mic, then we can get it on the record. Sorry, I told you I'd try. But
Cole Selman from the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food Predator Control Program. So I'm still new, kind of learning where everybody's at, I guess. And as far as my understanding is, there is still some sheep permits there. I know that there's not as many as there is on the north side. But if Darren, I guess if one of your biologists can step in and answer that, maybe I could help give an answer to that.
Do you know if there are currently depredation problems on that
I know
side?
that a lot of the trappers there on that Manti, their frustration was with bears a lot this year. Again, as we're trying to make preventatively, I guess, working with coyotes as the bear problem increases, it just pulls their attention away from staying on top of the issue and trying to play catch up. So yes, that's been a big concern and a big frustration that they have had over the years.
this was
Thank you.
a particularly, we had some late freezes. We don't have any super hard evidence, but it looks like maybe we had some berry crop failures early. And so in the fall, and late summer, bears would just seem to be moving. I don't think we lost a lot of bears, but they were all over, and it was a particularly bad year for them getting into domestic sheep and other things.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to have two Selmans on both sides of the table now. Just addressing that.
I think on this, we're gonna, any other questions for him? But I think we need to pull several of these action items out. And I'll tell you what I'd like to, so far, I'd like to pull out things I've written down. I think we need to talk about the cache, adding possibly 3 tags to that one. That's been brought up by the RAC. The Manti North and South, Beta Creek, Boulder, as far as those, what the tag numbers and hunt strategy, see if we want to change any there. To see if we want to limited entry harvest be counted toward harvest objective quota, which would actually reduce the number of bears, I think, that are harvest. I've got a note here to allow those that haven't harvested on a limited entry hunt the spot and stock season, which we've kind of talked about, and then to possibly have an action item to add to the action list to allow hunting on private lands during the spot and stock decks. They allow baiting. Other than those, is there anything else that you can think of we need to talk about? Those are the main ones that I've written down here. Well, let's just take these in the order that I just read them then, if you don't mind. Let's talk about cash, the cash Ogden. There was a motion to make the cash Ogden adding 3 additional multi-season tags to that hunt. From what the division showed, there was, I think, 1, and I'd be bringing it up to 4.
Can we just do that as a form of a motion, or do you want to talk about it first?
I think we ought to talk about it first. I sound like you're in support of it.
Yeah, I'm chomping at the bit.
I'm in support as well. I don't know if I need to talk about that anymore, just a motion.
All right, let's
I move that we add 3 additional multi-season tags to the cache to help alleviate that problem.
I'll second it.
I got a motion a motion by Brett, second by Kent. Any discussion? All right, we'll start down on your end, Kent.
Yes.
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 All right, that motion carries. All right, let's talk about the Manti North and Manti South. Is there any interest in modifying whatever the strategy and tag numbers on that one? If so, somebody make a motion.
I just will comment that, I mean, the numbers, when you look at them, they are kind of, I wouldn't say shocking, but they're just, it's quite a bit of an increase. But if there's depredation problems and fawn problems, and maybe help remind me, Darren, was there a neonate study on Manti area, and was bear a problem on north or south?
I am not aware of one. I'm seeing heads shaking in the back. No, this is primarily a domestic sheep concern. And again, it's worth taking into account, how are those permits split up too? And our biologists are taking into account what's the most effective way and what's some way to add some opportunity to maybe not take as many deers. And that's all nuance that's in the mix. And so I understand these could be sometimes complicated, but yeah, we don't have any neonate data on the Manti at the moment.
And I do just want to, Eric.
If you'll allow me, there's some information that the biologist talked about at our RAC meeting that may be relevant. He has tried to get increases on bear permits for the last several years on the South Manti, but run into the issue with the old management plan only allowing 4 units in the state to be on a liberal harvest criteria. And so he explained to me that's kind of why some of these numbers seem so big. He run into that problem in the past, and so for several years has not been able to increase the tags, and so it is a bigger jump all at once.
Thank you. That does help.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. All right, anybody want to make a motion on the change what's being presented by the division on Manti North, Manti South? All right, well, not seeing that, let's jump to Bitter Creek here in the Book Cliffs. Does anybody want to make a motion on that one?
I think we ought to stay with what the division is. I mean, the biologist has worked there they've got that recommendation. I've not been on the Book Cliffs, so I have to rely on them.
I think it'd be nice too next year if they could come back and provide, go with what it is. But if the neonate study comes back and say, okay, there's no problem anymore with the bears killing deer, then let's look at maybe pulling back. But, for the time being, it sounds like it, still might be a problem. And I think at the end of the day, more people are leaning towards the side of let's grow deer than let's grow bears. So
My mind kind of goes both ways. I feel like we have, this is an area that doesn't really have a big problem for the sheep herders or other ranchers, since there's not any that are not during the winter. This might be an area where, if our neonate is a couple years old and we're not 100% sure that's the cause for depredation for the past couple years. I mean, that's 3 years of data that we don't have. Are they currently doing neonate, and are they planning on doing another study there? Because it is just a limited time frame,
The
right?
neonate study's done. And so what we're looking at with that one is that, I've got the numbers here, but on the Bitter Creek South, sorry, senior moment. I got to take my glasses off so I can see. So let me just look at this harvest data just to make sure I get the numbers exactly right. But last 3 years we saw 37% adult males, so males above 5, and only 19% females. So those numbers would indicate a growing bear herd on the unit. So I'm not out there. I'm not hunting it, so the region can speak to. But if people are having trouble finding bears, sometimes it's a matter of they may take some bears out of a drainage and then they think there's no more bears left, but there's other places that people can't get to or don't hunt or can't get in early because the gates are closed or whatever. And so on the unit as a whole, it looks like that population maintained at the very least. And so if we had problems before, we feel like we probably ought to manage like we've still got an issue with neonate. So that's where we are on it. As far as studies come up, there aren't any plans for any new neonate studies. I'd be open to discussing maybe doing it from the bear side and putting some collars on some bears and seeing what they're eating and how they're reacting to fawning. That might be an interesting project on the book list. So can't guarantee anything, but if there's an interest in the region wants to do that, I'd be happy to help them do that.
Yeah, definitely. Do you mind if we call the biologist up, please?
Yeah, it'd be Dallin.
Thanks, Dallin. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything.
No, you're fine.
Okay, so with the numbers you recommended, the way that you're going, you're confident, you feel like the bear population can handle it, and there is problem with our deer population in that area because of bears. Is this kind of the motivation for your increase in strategy?
Yes. So the book cliffs, it's a popular unit. It's a loved unit by all sportsmen, bear hunters, lion hunters, deer and elk hunters. It's a coveted tag. It's basically limited entry for everything now, except for with the recent cougar changes. It's limited opportunity. And so we get a lot of comment on our deer population, and we do have a struggling deer population down there. Our fawn survival rates are always lower in the book cliffs than they are in other areas. And there's a lot of factors that go into that. But one thing that we have seen is that based on the neonate study, that bears are taking their fair share or a portion of the fawns. And we're not worried about the bear population in the book cliffs. We're not worried that we're over harvesting, and we think that it can handle the increased permits. As been said, we can increase permits quite a bit. That doesn't necessarily mean we're going to harvest that many more animals. And so we tweaked a little bit with numbers where they're at with permits or with hunt strategies, and we feel confident with the recommendations. So.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Yep. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dallin. So any motion on book lifts?
No changes. He convinced me.
Let's talk about the boulder. Anyone want to do anything different than what's being proposed on the boulder? No, go ahead.
When I was binge watching rack meetings. There was a producer on I believe it's the Southern Rack, that talked about the difficulty of confirming livestock losses. And I have to say that he was right on. It's really hard to get these sheep and calf, and bears do eat calves, losses confirmed. You've got 24 hours before the fly eggs hatch, and then you've got a mess. So, you know, I think they're having losses just because there's no confirmed ones. If they've got a lot of bears, they're having losses. I mean, that mosquito that landed on your arm is probably going to suck some blood, but he hasn't yet, so give him a minute. I don't know. That's where I'm at.
Thanks, Brett.
This one's an interesting one for me because even though they are changing strategies, their permit numbers are staying the same. So I think they're just trying to, in my understanding, they're trying to shift it to stay the same amount of permits instead of decreasing permit numbers. So, and obviously in the future, we'll just have to watch that and make sure it doesn't bump too high, but I do like that at least the tag numbers are staying the same.
And those are the ones we've heard here today. There was actually two more from online comments, the 9 Mile and Fish Lake. We haven't heard a lot about those. Is there any, just from online comments, there was kind of one of those to stay the same or be reduced? Is there any interest in those two changing? Okay. Well, the next thing that I'd written down here is to we had a motion from the central to allow limited entry harvest to be counted towards the harvest objective quota, which isn't being done right
It's my
now.
understanding, Mr. Chair, that it's just the opposite of that. They wanted to make sure that if we allow multi-season or limited entry hunters to take a bear on a harvest objective, spot and stock, that we do not count that towards the quota. Is that correct, Mike?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think it might become confusing when we start talking about limited entry, because the division's proposal is just to allow multi-season hunters to then hunt the harvest objective portion. And if a multi-season hunter was to go in there, and many of the harvest objective units have low harvest objectives. So like 3, so like on the Nebo, it's got 3, and you have many people that buy that harvest objective tag. But then if a multi-season hunter goes in there, and I imagine on the multi-season, the division kind of counts that as a harvest. So it would almost be reducing the harvest if we counted that multi-season against the harvest objective. So that was the purpose of that.
So the way this is worded, where it says counted towards, it really wasn't meant to be counted towards. It was actually
Except for allowing. So yeah, it was to disallow it says except for allowing. So that probably could have been stated better by the person who made that motion. But yeah, so to disallow the multi-season limited entry harvest to be counted towards it. So
okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Any concern about that one?
So do we need to approve the division's recommendation and then do that, or can we do this in front of it preemptively?
Well, if we're talking the multi-use limited entry one, that's being in the presentation, right?
Yeah, that's in the
Have any concerns with if we're allowing multi-season hunters to hunt on their unit on a on a harvest objective unit, I'm okay with not counting that towards the quota because it's kind of figured in the mix of the permit recommendation. And it's probably actually, they're less likely to be successful during a spot and stock season than during one of the earlier hunts when they had an opportunity to hunt. If you decide you want to allow all limited entry hunters to hunt during that spot stock season, then I would suggest we count that harvest towards the quota if we want to split hairs on it. But that's where I would land on it. That's what I'd suggest.
So on that, just to make sure I'm clear in my mind, so a multi-season hunter has a permit and they have one bear that they have for that permit,
Correct.
regardless of when they kill it, right? And then limited entry, isn't that the same situation? They have the one permit, regardless of when they kill that bear, it's still one permit.
They could take one bear, but in my mind, I'm thinking of that as more of just instead of allowing them to go buy an over-the-counter permit, we're just letting them use the permit they already have. And in most cases, that their hunts will be over, and so I'd say let's go ahead and count it if they're hunting. It's just going to be a bigger pool of people, and I think the spirit of a harvest objective hunt is to shut that hunt down. And if we had a lot of limited entry hunters hunting that, and they just kept on harvesting and kept on harvesting, that could potentially cause a problem. So that's how I draw the line. Multi-season permits are usually a handful of people, and it's not going to be a big deal one way or the other.
And in your recommendation, I'm trying to refresh my memory.
Sure, I know there's a
Yours
lot of-
is that if they do harvest the multi-season during that spot and stock, that it would count against the
It would
quota.
count, so it
So
would
we would
count
need
toward-
to make a motion to change that it
Correct.
counts against.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you.
So to answer your question, Ken, yeah, if we want to change from what the division is proposing, we on this particular thing, let's do it right now.
Okay, I don't know that I want to allow all the limited entry to go ahead and hunt the spot and stock hunts, because I mean, that's an opportunity hunt. I mean, you can, whether you draw or not, you can buy that tag every year if you want it. So I don't know that that's something we necessarily need to allow there, but I'm kind of in favor of allowing the multi-season tags if they, because that one's a lot harder to draw. And if they don't get their bear, I don't see a problem with them hunting the spot and stock season as well. But I do think that we need to make sure that if they do, that doesn't count against the quota of everybody else that just bought a tag and take away from their opportunity. So as I was speaking there, I'm trying to formulate the motion in my head so that Stacy doesn't hit me with M&Ms from behind.
I haven't seen any M&Ms today to throw at you. So.
Well, she'll find something. So I would make a motion that as we go ahead with this, if we allow the multi-season hunters who are unsuccessful in their respective hunts to go ahead and continue hunting during the spot and stock season, that hunt doesn't, if they kill, that does not count towards the quota on the harvest objective unit. Is that clear enough, Stacy?
I have a question on that motion. If they're a multi-season hunt, can't they hunt all of those anyway?
No, it's just the way it's currently defined, if I'm correct, Darren, is that they're, the multi-season is they get to hunt the 3 limited entry hunts. Is that correct, Darren?
But not the spot and stock.
But not the spot and stock currently.
Yeah, one of the changes we're recommending right now is it used to be a multi-season permit. It was a limited entry season, and in rule, you could not hunt a non-limited entry season, which would be spot and stock. That's just over the counter. And we're recommending that we change that to allow a person that draws that permit to hunt that. So in this case, the remainder, part of what our recommendation would allow that. This motion would then say, if they do harvest, we won't count it towards the quota. Is that clear as mud?
Yeah. So right now, what you're proposing with the plan revisions
It'll take
is
care
to
of
allow
that.
the multi-season to hunt during the spot and stock. So that one's already off. That's already something we're talking about today. So you're just saying that if they do that, it doesn't count towards the harvest quota.
Right.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion second. Any discussion? Start with you, Brett. Yeah, is that a no?
No. Yes, no.
Yes.
I'm sure that's a yes, right?
No, it was a no.
Oh, that's a no. Okay,
Yes.
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 all right. So we've got 4 yeses and 1 no. And you want to tell us why you have a no on that one, Brett?
I just think Darren's explanation was clearer to me. It's just confusing to me.
Basically, it's one less. Well, it'd be possibility of less harvest.
Well, I want more harvest.
That's why I figured it was a no. Okay, the next thing I had written down we could talk about is well, it was a Southeast region to allow limited entry bear permit holders who have not harvested a bear hunt to hunt the spot and stalk season. And I think you just said that's probably not a great idea. Is that what I understood?
I'd recommend that we not do that, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. It would just mean that if you had a bear permit that hadn't been filled, you could hunt during that spot and stalk season. So we could live with that. I think it's not gonna be a huge change. Just puts more people in the field during that season. So yeah, whatever the board prefers, I think we're happy to do what we need to do to make that happen.
Any discussions or motions on this one? Okay. Next one was I think Kent, what you'd mentioned earlier about hunting on private land with a during the spot and stalk, the possibility of baiting on private land.
There'll be an action.
So I think probably a number of us were approached. We had a rancher approach myself and I think Eric and Darren about that possibility, and what their concern was is on areas with large tracts of private ground and they're trying to raise cattle or sheep or whatever. They have a problem with the public hunters on the surrounding public land pressuring the bears, and the bears are actually moving onto their property. And then so they go and they buy, this rancher just goes and buys for his family, the harvest objective permits, and they hunt the harvest objective season. And just spot and stalk, they're not being very effective. And he was wanting to be able to target the bigger boars that are actually the problem that he has that are killing his calves so much. So he was asking if it's a possibility that the board would act and talk and work with the division to allow private landowners to put baits on their property. So and we've had conversations with Darren, and Darren would kind of like it on the action log, and we agree as we talked, the Southeast region, that's the way that our RAC voted, was to put that on the action log. And before I make that motion, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah,
Darren?
I think this bears out further conversation. That the nuance here is that we'll work with people that are having depredation problems, make sure we get permits in their hands so they can handle, either have UDAF do it or landowners, and we can do it. This would be a situation where maybe you didn't have any active damage, but you still felt like you had too many bears around and you wanted to take some recreationally. If it was private land, in the fall, the concern in the fall is that, if people are hunting spot and stalk, it's illegal to start from a bait and try and chase the bear. But on private land, we could probably make an exception, but that we wouldn't want to do statewide. And so, again, I think an action item would probably, if the board is interested in looking into this further, I think an action item would be the way to go, and let us sit down, think through all the details and what that might mean.
Thank you, Darren. Now, Eric, I'm going to read you guys' motion and then give you a chance to think if there's anything you want to add to it. Okay, of But the motion that you guys made says to ask the Wildlife Board to create an action item that asks the division to come up with a plan to provide additional bear hunting opportunities on private lands that help meet the management objectives and provide opportunities for the public. Those plans will be presented with the public next year. So that's kind of what you're, but I guess what I'd like to add on that is you guys talked about adding opportunities for the public. So would you kind of give us what you guys were thinking?
Yeah, so I don't want to put words into the mouth of the person who made this motion, because I don't know exactly what he meant by that. I do know that in my discussion with the landowner, they have public hunters that come and hunt deer and elk through the fall. And it provides some opportunity there for the public where if they have hunters there and they harvest early, you know, he can tell them, get a bear tag, bring it with you. So there is some public opportunity that way. Whether or not there's, you know, however the division would come back with something that maybe could provide more public opportunity than just that. Obviously, that would have to be negotiated with the landowners, because I'm certain some of those landowners may not be open to just opening it up to anyone. So.
Right. You know, when I first heard it, I'm thinking that sounds kind of like a bear CWMU. Is kind of when I heard the plan. But thank you. All right, have you got a motion in your head?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can make a motion that we ask the division to put on the action log that we look at the possibility of bear baiting during the harvest objective on private lands only.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
Can I amend that they include discussing public opportunity there as well?
Yeah, we can add that.
Yep, that sounds like that's okay as far as Kent that made the motion and Gary that made the second. He nodded his head, yes, that's okay. So Stacy, have you got that written down? Let's any discussion on it? We'll start with you, Brett.
Yes.
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 Okay, motion carries. Thank you. And that was the last other item I had written down besides the balance of the plan. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we call for a motion for the balance of the plan? Okay, I'll call for that motion.
All right, I'll make a motion that we accept the balance of the division's proposal on the bear.
I'll second it.
We got a motion by Kent to accept the balance of the plan, seconded by Brett. Let's start with you, Brett.
Yes.
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 All right, the motion carries. Thank you. We're gonna take a small break in just a minute, but right now I'm going to ask Mr. Todd Adams if he will come up, and he's got some news for us to share with us today. Appreciate him being here today, so we'll give him a time to share some news with us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman and members of the board and staff and public. I'm here on behalf of Joel Ferry, Executive Director of the Department of Natural Resources, to announce the new Division Director of the Division of Wildlife. Joel has appointed Riley Peck as the new Director of the Division of Wildlife Resources. So just wanted to come and state that and congratulate Riley. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it will be effective on Monday. So,
Thank you. Great news. Thank you. Todd. Appreciate that very much. I know that was quite a long process going through that. So, and congratulations, Riley. We're going to take just a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 20 after 11. And that way we can, does that give us long enough break, you think? Just 5 minutes? All right, we'll just take 5-minute bio break. Thank you. Thank you. We're back here at the Echoes Wildlife in Farmington, Utah, and for the Utah Wildlife Board. Our next agenda item is the Utah Cougar Recommendations Rule R657-10. Darren, is there anything from your rack tour that you'd like to, or anything else you'd like to point out from us on this
Yes,
one?
we have a couple of modifications to our recommendation. This one didn't have a lot in it, but we do have a couple of recommendation changes just based on the feedback we got from the racks and other feedback we've got from other constituency groups and concerns. So Mike, if you could just go to that second slide, and maybe I've got the, there we go. So yeah, just a couple of small changes. First of all, we recommended it that we allow the sale of green pelts. We're still recommending that, but we'd recommend the board put that under a trial period. For maybe a couple of years. Let's monitor that. We did have some concerns about what that might or might not do, and we're not real sure. So, so this is just, if the board wants to implement that, we'd recommend that we come back in a couple of years and report back to the board on what that's looked like, if any changes. We did have some numbers in the presentation about what the current situation is with people taking more than one mountain lion per year. And we'd want to look at that and see if it changes. The other thing is it's kind of bookkeeping because it's going on, but technically would be illegal. And that is that if you sell a hide under the current rule, you'd have to detach the claws and wouldn't be allowed to sell the hide with the claws attached. People are already doing that, and we feel like that makes sense. So you'd be allowed to sell the claws as long as they were attached to a hide, and then otherwise. Same as it's been, you can't sell claws and skulls. So that's really it for those two things. And again, this was kind of a short recommendation. So hopefully that'll help give us something to chew on.
Thank you. Questions for Darren?
Yeah. Hey, Darren, did the division discuss, I heard him, I can't remember which rack it was, but some discussion about selling the skulls?
We did hear that feedback. We did talk about that a little bit. We just felt like, at the moment that let's do this first and wait and see. The concern is that, we want to be careful about over monetizing wildlife, and we felt like allowing the sale of skulls was one more variable in the mix, that maybe we could look at these two things first and see where we wind up. Those were our discussions.
Hey, thank you.
And Darren, is there anything in code that talks about skulls or claws or anything besides the
No,
green
it
pelt?
leaves it up to the board.
Okay.
I know there was an online comment that asked if we could have a bounty on cougars. I don't suppose you guys talked about that at all, or?
I know that I wouldn't recommend it at this time. I think, we're pretty, cougar hunting in Utah is pretty wide open. And I don't know that it might incentive some things in some places. At the moment, if we have a specific problem, we'd rather work with UDAF to get some professionals in on that rather than open that up to just general public. You just get mixed results, and we're worried about, possible. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it at the moment.
Thank you. I think, any other questions from the board? Questions from rack chairs? Mike?
Apologize for speaking again, but does the state still sell cougar skulls and cougar pelts through their surplus auctions?
No, I've never been to an auction. I don't think they auction off skulls. I knew they do pelts. And if I'm wrong, please let me know.
Do I need to say who I am? Chad Bettridge. I'm with the law enforcement section. We have sold both hides and skulls at the auction before.
Okay. So in that case, yeah, that's something you might want to take into account. Sure.
Are those green pelts too, or are they tanned?
Usually they're frozen, and sometimes they're salted, and many times the skull is separated from the pelt and sold. So I purchased them that way before. So.
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you. I think that was a loaded question, Mike.
You think you knew the answer to that before?
In
before you
my
asked?
defense, I did say still. Still.
Okay. We'll ask Ashley to give us a summarization of the online comments.
All right, we had 10 comments on this agenda item. This was split pretty much strongly in favor of or strongly against. We had 5 comments strongly agreed with the division's proposal. We had 5 comments that strongly disagreed. And just a few of the themes that we saw, again, very mixed feedback on the cougar recommendation. Several supported the recommendations, feeling the current model of no quotas on cougars is helping our deer and elk populations. Several others were not supportive, stating we needed to go back to a permit or quota system where someone needs a permit in order to harvest a cougar, especially the females, and that the current model is a good example of how not to manage wildlife in Utah. One comment stated that cougar management needs to be returned back to DWR and managed on a unit basis with population objectives, and current rules are legislatively implemented without biologist input. Several comments were not supportive of allowing the sale of green pelts, as it would incentivize or increase motivation to harvest more cougars. And then Safari Club International Sportsman Organization generally was supportive of the division's cougar recommendations, including allowing the sale of green pelts and the limited use of rimfire cartridges to take cougars that were caught in traps. That's the summary.
Thank you. And I'll just clarify one of those where it talked about, we did have a few comments. We need to go back managing cougars unit by unit. That's not up to Wildlife Board right now. That's a legislative thing. So just so that we're all aware, that's nothing we can do. Okay. We got the chair reports. Let's start with you, Austin.
Thank you. In the Southern region, we had just one motion. That was to accept as presented, but to also allow the sale of all parts of the cougar unless precluded by state code. And that passed 8-1.
Thank you, Austin. Eric?
Southeastern region made a motion to accept the recommendations as presented. That passed unanimously.
Northeast region had one motion, and that was to accept as presented and include the skulls and claws as also being legal for sale. And that passed 5-3.
Thank you, Grizz. Mike?
The Central region had one motion to accept the division's recommendation as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thanks, Mike. Brad?
Northern region had one motion to accept the recommendations as presented. That passed unanimously.
Thank you. We do have several comments. We'll go to the comments on this one. So we'll start with Chad Ennington and then Troy Justison. If you don't mind, come up to this mic up here, state your name and.
I'm Chad Edgington, a sheep rancher. Primarily, we have a couple hundred cows, but just sharing the fact that predators are a big deal to us. I mean, I'll lose on a typical year, I'll lose 10 to 12% of my lambs to something. And it's the sheep industry is devastated by this. We're in really tough shape. I personally feel it's a pretty noble thing to do to ranch and to raise these livestock but we won't last much longer without some protection. I personally don't have as much trouble with the lions as I do the bear, and the coyotes are very significant, but it's not uncommon at all to lose 10%, 12% of what you have. There's poisonous plants. There's a lot of things. There's weather. and so forth. But that's our loss, and it will take us out of business if we don't get on top of it. So I didn't make the comment before, but when I did on the bear, we shot 6 bear this last year. We don't shoot them for the fun of shooting them. We shoot them because they've killed our livestock. We can't shoot them unless they've killed our livestock. And so I don't like the fact that we have to have them kill before we can take them. We had wolf in us and a while back, and they said once they've killed that, that they told us we couldn't take a wolf, and if we have trouble, that again, which we had 9, and then we did take one, and up Monte Cristo, and when they said now you can't take them anymore, which we don't have a lot of trouble with them, but you can't take them anymore. I says, well, what do you do with them when they're in the livestock? And they says, you let us know, the trappers, you let us know, and we'll catch them in a trap, and then we'll collar them, and then we'll release them. And if they cause predation again, then we'll catch them again, and then we'll take them back to Yellowstone. And I thought, well, what in the world, what do you mean? What if they cause predation again? Are they going on a fast? I mean, that's what they do. These animals, that's what they do. They live on us. They live on us and the deer and the elk, and that's what they do. And so managing them is really critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Troy Justison, and on deck is Sierra Nelson.
Troy Justison, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. We support the recommendation as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Sierra, and on deck is Ann Opelberry.
It's me, Black Sweater Lady, although I prefer Bombshell. The Utah Wool Growers Association would like to support the division's recommendations. Personally, as a Native American, I like the idea of selling all parts of the cougar. I like knowing that they're going to be used, and I think that helps incentivize using the parts. We're not out here asking for a chainsaw. We like a scalpel to just deal with what we need dealt with, but I really like the idea of the green pelts and the claws and even the skulls if you could sneak it in. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Sierra. Ann, and after Ann will be Troy Henry.
Ann Okelberry, President of the Utah Wool Growers. We just would like to support your recommendations. We do have problems with the mountain lions. They eat our sheep, or they maim them. And in one night, they can do a lot of damage. And so we appreciate all the support we can get.
Thank you, Ann. Troy Henry, and after Troy will be David Earl.
Troy Henry, Utah Farm Bureau. We talked about today how much damage predators do, but I think anything that encourages the kill of cougars, am I wrong in saying that by placing an open season on cougars, we didn't take any more cougars, or one more, something like that? So anything that encourages their take and protection of our deer herds and livestock, we would support. Thanks.
Thank you, Troy. David, and on deck is Colby.
David Earl, Northern Utah Wool Growers. I know you people are probably tired of us hounding the wool growers about the cougar population and the damage it's doing, but if you're using our shoes, it's real. Out of 2 bands of sheep we turned out this summer, we come home 305 lambs short, and we cannot do that. Sierra's pounded on it for years. She's working on us, trying to get us a multiplier. We need a multiplier where we don't find these kills. I mean, killing lions in the summertime is tough. We was able to take 3 last summer, and the hours and the manpower and what it took to do that is unreal. I want to thank Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife, all they've done to help us, and Darren, he's given us every tool he can give us, but I think we need a bounty on these lions. If you want a deer herd, you got to work on the lions a hell of a lot harder than you got to work on the bears. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Colby, and on deck is Cody Bassett.
Yeah, Colby Pace again, representing
Public Land Council and as a rancher also. Public Land Council, we had a meeting last night, just a Zoom call, and we support, the lion program just like we supply the recommendation we did on the bear also. Just my comment towards the lion deal is I ranch in multiple counties. And so it's different dynamics how to hunt a lion in every county because you have different trials, different parts. For particular in Summit County, we've last year we had taken a number of lions. This year our number is down, but we've had to work harder. And so by moving and doing the things that these predators do, you got to work and think like one of these predators and move out in these areas that aren't. They're not going to be by the right side of the road waiting for you ever. So, and the mentality that I come from, background of generational ranching, I mean, everybody has work, and work is the key, and the key is to go above and beyond to get there. It's easy to be the naysayer, say, I never seen a deer, I didn't see a buck, I didn't see. It's easy to write in a report, but how hard did you try? And that's the part with the predators is I believe that in the predator world, you got to put a lot of effort into it if you really want to be a sportsman to take care of the game. And I'm an industry of the hunting aspect too. I mean, we run hunting businesses and different things that generate revenue just like they do from agriculture. And it's a struggle on every aspect. I mean, deer population's down. How do you sell a hunt? It's pretty hard to sell a hunt, to make things work. So you got to have a counterbalance, to bring the deer back. So there's a lot of multi-species things that take effect that you've heard from today and you already know about. But to work towards all of these goals, you got to just go above and beyond of what you think your measures are to take care of them. And I appreciate the lion world that has taken place in the state of Utah. I think it's a very, very, very effective tool. You're never, like I say, I talked to Darren about these things for the last 2 or 3, 4 years, and across the board, you're not going to have the depletion. It's always going to be because they're coming from other states. I mean, they're coming from different areas, different populations. David's comment there, I'll be real quick, is spot on of all these lines, but he's in the cache, okay? And in the cache, which way does those lions move? If they move to the Crawfords across the valley in Rich County and move on to Wyoming, maybe, there's a different law in Wyoming. There's a different law in Idaho. So if those lions are moving back on cross contamination, which we already know that because of the collared lions that's been around. So just I'm thankful for that. You guys have done a great job of putting it where it is in the position in the hands it is into today. I hope it lasts a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kobe. Cody Bassett, and then on deck is Sunday's Hunt.
Cody Bassett, representing Utah Trappers Association. We support the recommendations presented by the division. We also add to do the sale of skulls as well. If the animal is going to be harvested, we should utilize it as much as we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Sundays and after Sundays will be Corey Huntsman.
Hi, Sunday's Hunt. On behalf of the Humane Society United States, our members and supporters in Utah, I respectfully request that the Wildlife Board not adopt any measure that would expand the ability of trophy hunters and trappers to profit from the sale of Utah cougars, body parts, including green pelts, skulls, and paws, on international markets. The North American model of wildlife conservation holds that markets for game are eliminated. Therefore, any proposal to allow the sale of cougar body parts on international markets flies in the face of this model, whose tenets are respected and adhered to by wildlife management professionals nationwide. It incentivizes the killing of Utah cougars for personal profit, which harms Utah's wildlife family groups of cougars and ultimately ecosystems. Several indications point to the likelihood that Utah's cougar populations are in decline. The 2024 annual status report to the legislature concerning predator control shows that about 60% of the hunter kill is composed of females, while the state's goal is to keep that threshold to 40%. As females are the biological bank account of this species, this trend is alarming. At a recent RAC meeting, a DWR manager mentioned that the average age of cougars in the hunter kill is 16 months, which, he also indicated, shows that Utah cougar populations are likely to decline. 16-month-old cougars are still dependent upon their mothers. We've heard division staff say over and over that the cougar population is difficult to track and that the DWR focuses on trends which division managers have stated are in decline. In those same presentations, we have heard division managers state the best advice is to wait and see how recently passed legislative changes will affect the population trend. Why then is now the time to establish a rule that financially incentivizes cougar trapping by allowing for the sale of green pelts and other body parts? Finally, Utah's laws and regulations allow too many cougars to be killed. The DWR is not using the best available science to manage cougars. The unlimited and unsustainable killing of cougars is not something to be proud of. We hope Utah decision makers will better strive to achieve the principles of sound science as they are tasked with managing our state's precious wildlife populations for all of the people of Utah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sundays. Corey Huntsman, followed by Kirk Robin, and that is my last one, unless someone else would like to bring a comment card.
Corey Huntsman, representing the Utah Houndsman Association. We support the division's recommendations. However, we strongly urge you not to consider selling the claws and skulls separate. I'm all for the trappers being able to sell the green hides with the claws. If they trap them, they should be able to do something with them. But my concern with the claws and the skulls are the kittens. In our law, it says anything without spots. Yeah, they classify as a kitten anything with spots. And lion kittens lose their spot at 4 months old. And I think that's a real bad look if we're killing kittens and chucking them in the ditch just to sell their claws and skulls. I think it puts trapping in jeopardy as well as hound hunting. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Kirk Robin.
Thank you. My name is Kirk Robinson, and I represent Western Wildlife Conservancy. And I thank you for this opportunity to address you. I'm with Sunday's Hunt on this, and the gentleman that just spoke, I'm not in favor of a recommendation regarding cougar parts and hides. We already have HB 469, which is the most extreme law regarding mountain lion hunting in the nation. And I challenge the Division of Wildlife Resources to demonstrate that increased killing of cougars actually does any of the things that you folks hope it will do. I don't think you can do that. I've looked at the studies going back to the late 60s, read them, studied them. I keep up to date on this. There just aren't any good studies that show that what you're doing is effectual. On the other hand, it's really well demonstrated, for instance, that sheep ranching is destructive to the environment, causes erosion, causes invasive plants, it causes, in some cases, disease transmission to wildlife populations. And I do not have a personal animus against people who raise livestock. I'm just citing facts. I don't know why the general public should have to subsidize that further by sacrificing native wildlife. And in this connection, you know, the North American model of wildlife conservation so-called, has been mentioned. One of the tenets, I think is number 6, states that science is the proper tool for the discharge of wildlife policy. Now, there are a couple of ways I'm reading that. One is that you set the policy first, then you try to figure out scientifically how best to achieve it. Well, if the policy is to boost deer herds, once again, then you should have studies that show that killing lots of predators actually works. I don't think you can do that. I think you people systematically ignore that question all the time, and you just naively think, well, they kill sheep, they kill deer. If we kill them, there'll be more deer and more sheep. That's what Aldo Leopold thought back in the 20s. He changed his mind about that. But by killing predators in great numbers, you do a lot of harm to the environment, to ecosystems, to relationships amongst different species, and even to the land itself. This again is science. It's called ecology. It would be a good thing if Division of Wildlife Resources encouraged the use of ecological understanding in advancing wildlife policy, instead of just how can we figure out a way to kill more. I know the legislature has a lot to do with what has to be done, but I'm just stating my opinion here. And so once again, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kurt. Okay, that was our last comment card. We'll ask, do we have any comments from the audit, clarification on any clarification on what you heard, Darren?
To add, if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, let's. I'll try to summarize the motions from our RACs. We had 3 that accepted the Cougar recommendations rule as presented. We had 1 that accepted, but also wanted to allow the sale of all parts of the Cougar, unless it was precluded by state code, and sounds like it's not. And then 1 to accept as presented by the division to include skulls and claws as also being legal to sell. So I think I got that right. Correct me if I'm wrong. Back to the board for discussion. Just listen to what Corey brought up. I never thought of folks out there trying to kill smaller ones for the sale of their claws and skull. I hadn't even thought of that. So I appreciate Mr. Huntsman for telling us that. That kind of made me feel a little bit different about where I was thinking. So thank you. All right, let's talk about it.
Just give some background on where this kind of came from. So I think it was last year in the Southern RAC, they brought that up by comments from people that are in the Trappers Association, and their intent, and I believe my intent with putting it on the action log and bringing it forward, was to be able to use what parts are already there instead of just wasting. Currently, they just have to waste, or they do the tanned hide, but it doesn't really bring any benefit. It's not worth it to them. So the intent was to utilize what was available and make it so it's not being wasted. So I do think a trial period might be a good idea, just to see what the impact may have on that. I personally, obviously we don't have all the data, but I don't think it's going to make a big increase. I think it's just going to help those that are already doing it, and numbers will probably stay pretty similar.
I agree with Paula. I think most of the trapping that takes place with mountain lions is basically incidental. on bobcat sets. And so that's not going to happen a lot. And I think most of the hunters that take a cougar by the use of dogs, I think most of them are a one-time guy that, usually just keeps that animal for himself, the hide or the mount. So I don't think there's a huge demand for this green pelt sale, but I also think it's like, I agree with Paula, it's way better to be able to sell it than waste it.
I agree with that. Looking at the fur on them, I can't imagine there's much of a market for lion fur. It's pretty coarse. It's not real desirable as far as the fur market would go. And I think, if you can find somebody that's interested in buying one for their own purpose to hang on the wall or something, that is better than wasting it. And I also appreciate, what Corey brought up about, people targeting kittens just for the skulls and claws, because I would imagine there's probably more market for skulls and claws than there is for the hides.
Yeah, I kind of like the way that it's set up now to where you can, the green pelt stuff, but if you could just start killing and clipping claws, and they could become a novelty, especially overseas. Western mountain lion. I mean, I could see that becoming a problem. So I think we ought to, if we move that direction, we ought to go in baby steps and not go that way all at once.
And Darren, correct me if I'm wrong, but your presentation, what's being presented in the proposal now is we can't leave the claws on them as long as they're on the pelt.
Right. I think in practice, that's currently going on. We will make sure that the rule doesn't contradict that. So again, I think it's essentially no different than what's currently happening with hides.
Okay, thank you.
You ready for a motion, Mr.
I'm ready
Chair?
for a motion.
Yep. Just one question. Is it, and leaving the skulls out for 2 years during the trial period, correct?
Yes, that'd be the current recommendation. Yeah.
I move we accept the division's proposal as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion by Brett, second by Gary. Any discussion? Yeah, that does include the trial period with the clause on the green pelt, as long as they're attached.
So if that's the intent, sure. Do that.
Yeah, that.
All right, we'll start down on your end, down there, Kent.
Yes.
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 Motion carries. Okay, it is about 2 minutes to 12. Are we is lunch ready? All right, we're gonna break for lunch right now, and we will come back. Can we do 30 minutes? Is that enough? 30 minutes? All right, let's come back at 12:30. Thank you. Welcome back to the Utah Wildlife Board meeting as of January 9th, 2025. We're up next. We're talking about item number 9, the Utah Fur Bear Recommendation and Rule, R 657-11. Darren, is there anything that you'd like to preface this one with? Anything from your
don't have
board?
don't have any change. I think it went pretty smoothly through the advisory councils, and most of what we're doing is just changing for calendar years. So nothing to
Okay.
add.
Any questions for Darren on this one from the board? Any questions from the RAC chairs? Not seeing any. Ashley, if you don't mind giving us the online public comments.
All right, just a few submissions. We had 4 submissions for this agenda item. All of the 4 comments that were submitted strongly agreed with the division's proposal. There was one specific comment that strongly agreed and asked for no cap on, or strongly agreed with the no cap on bobcat permits, stating in their opinion, bobcats are a larger issue for deer populations than most people believe. And Safari Club International also submitted specific comments expressing support for the fur bear recommendations. That's the summary.
Thank you. Let's go to our RAC chairs for their motions. We'll start with you, Austin.
Yeah, Southern Region had just one motion to accept as presented, passed unanimously. That's it.
Thank you, Austin. Eric?
Southeast Region also had the one proposal to accept as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Eric. Grizz?
Northeast Region had one motion, and that was to accept as presented, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Grizz. Mike?
The Central Region passed unanimously to accept as presented.
Thank you, Mike. Brad?
Northern Region had one motion to accept as presented, that passed unanimously.
Actually, Northeastern Region was 7-1. There was one that was opposed to it. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Okay. Comments from the public. We only have one comment card. Cody Bassett, if you'll come up, and this is the only one we have.
Cody Bassett, representing Utah Trappers Association. We support the recommendations.
Thank you. Well, as far as, just another one. Oh, as far as the clarification goes, they were all passed by the board without any other, or by the RACs without any changes to them. So let's come back to the board for discussion. Any discussion on this one? Okay, I'll call for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the fur bear recommendation as proposed by the division.
Motion to accept, seconded by Brett. Let's start with you down there, Kent.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, Darren. We'll now ask Devery to come up on this. We're talking about item number, I think it's 10, but I'll verify that. Number 10, the Coyote Bounty Rule Amendments, R 657-64. Anything from your RAC visit tour, Devery, that you'd like to add, or anything that you'd like to preface this for?
Yep, we have a couple updates. Mike's pulling up the slides for us now, but based on what we heard from the RACs and after some discussion with the director's office, we've updated our recommendation. So this is the slide. We'll hear from the RAC chairs in a moment what they did in their regions, but this is just a summary so you can reference. Overall, there was a sentiment to approve as presented, but increase the focused coyote take by increasing the coyote bounty payments and mule deer habitat. And the be more targeted, that was Central Region's recommendation. They did discuss increasing the payments, but landed on a more generalized motion. to approve as presented with direction to find ways to be more targeted with our bounty program. So the Division of Wildlife Resources is now recommending a payment of $100 for each coyote taken in any mule deer habitat, which includes the crucial and the substantial areas, and a payment of $50 for coyotes taken in non-habitat areas. This is the map for reference. I added it's the same map from the presentation earlier. I just added the hunt boundary names for help with that. But red is the crucial habitat and blue is the substantial habitat, with the yellow heat map showing the coyote bounty kills from the fiscal year 2024 for reference. And this recommendation comes because of the sentiment we heard from the RACs, and then coming back, discussing it with the director's office. And this is based on past payments, we ran a few projections, and it's within the allocated 250,000 more or less. And so this is not only, it's biologically sound, maintaining the targeted within mule deer habitats. It also is, you could say, fiscally responsible, and we anticipate being able to pay out these bounties if we do increase them in the mule deer habitat. And including the substantial areas may also help increase access and thus program participation. Another thing to point out is that a lot of the substantial areas are in the southern region, which will help the different deer herds more across the state. And this could also direct desert hunters to be more targeted, because there was concern that a lot of the hunters might still be hunting out in the desert. And so you can see there's some substantial areas in the West Desert and the Southwest Desert, so that could help direct those coyote hunters to be within mule deer habitat. And so that's our updated recommendation, to be $100 in crucial and substantial and $50 in non-habitat. And if you have any more questions, we can discuss more about that.
Thank you. It's just interesting going around and do the RAC tours. The input from the public changes these just once in a while, slightly like this, which is a really good thing. So that sometimes the public thinks they're not heard, but they're heard a lot. So appreciate all the input, both online and at the RAC meetings. Okay, let's talk about this. Any more questions for Devery for this one? Any questions from the RAC chairs? We'll ask Ashley if he'll summarize the online public comments.
All right, we had 7 submissions for this agenda item today. All 7 comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. A couple of things we heard specifically in those comments. There was a few comments that supported applying the coyote bounty to other predators like cougars and bears, which we discussed a little bit earlier today. One comment suggested longer trap check intervals could incentivize trappers to target coyotes. Right now it's 48 hours, and this person felt like increasing it to 72 might help. It's just not enough time in between to incentivize trappers to want to target coyotes. Safari Club International submitted comments supporting the amendments to the predator control incentives, including increasing bounty payments in crucial mule deer habitat while maintaining the $50 bounty elsewhere. They also support removing the ear and pelt check-in requirements, and suggested we look for alternative ways be provided to prevent duplication of submissions, such as removing premolar teeth or keeping the jaw. And that's the summary.
Thank you. We'll hear from our RACs with their emotions, and we'll start with you, Austin.
Yeah, so in the southern region, it was exactly as was presented. We had one motion to accept as presented, but we asked for an increase of the bounty to $100 in crucial mule deer areas and $75 in non-crucial areas. And that motion passed 8-1.
Thank you. Eric?
Southeastern region had quite a bit of discussion. We had one particular RAC member who thought that we were wasting our money. In the non-crucial areas. So there was a motion to actually decrease the bounty to $25 in the non-crucial areas, but raise it to $100 in the crucial areas. That motion failed 5-3. Then there was a motion that passed 6-2 to keep the $50 amount in the non-crucial areas and raise the crucial areas to $100.
Thank you. Chris?
I actually had one question and it's more of a clarification on it. If we don't use this money to pay out people to go out and to do the bounty, the division and UDAF can still use that money to go out and target the coyotes on the fawning range with aerial and that. Is that right?
So those are separate funds. This $250,000 is specifically earmarked for the coyote bounty, and whatever we don't spend on the coyote bounty is put back into the general funds. The UDAF targeted take comes, I believe that's from the $5 fee on big game permits, and so it's a different pool of money for the targeted side of this rule.
Okay, thanks. Northeast region had two motions. The first one was to target fawning season for mule deer for increased bounty payments during December 1st to July 30th at $100 in crucial habitats and $75 in those crucial habitats for the rest of the year, and then a $50 bounty in the non-crucial habitat, and that passed unanimously. And then they had another motion to accept the remainder of the coyote bounty rule as proposed as presented.
Thank you, Chris. Mike?
The Central Region had one motion to accept the division's recommendations as presented and recommend that the division looks to increase the bounty in the targeted areas, and that passed 9-1. And the one that was opposed didn't like the idea of a bounty and how it degrades a species in the eyes of the public.
Thank you, Mike. Brad?
Northern Region had a motion to accept the amendments as presented, except increase the bounty to $100 in critical and substantial mule deer habitat areas. That passed unanimously.
All right, thank you. So a little bit different. Everybody thought it was bounty was a good thing, and to either reduce it or add to it. So that's going to be my summary. Okay, let's talk. Come back to the board here for discussion. So I guess we're discussing the new. What's up on the board right now is the $100 in mule deer habitat, both crucial and substantial, and $50 in non-habitat. That is a proposal that is on the table that we would be modifying or approving today.
I just wanted to second, Mr. Chair, your sentiment earlier of how this went through the process and comments came back to go higher. And I love that it came as a proposal today. So thank you for listening and updating your proposal. I think it's a fabulous process. So I'm excited for it.
I think it's a good idea. I was a little worried when they were talking in some of the racks about lowering it in some places because where they're whacking them out west, it's really helping the antelope. So I know that the coyotes target the antelope fawns heavily. So I like this idea. It's a good plan.
Any other discussion? I'll call for a motion.
I move that we accept this recommendation as presented.
Second.
Motion by Brett to accept as presented, seconded by Kent. Start with you, Brett.
Yes.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Devery. Next one is item number 11, shed antler gathering recommendations. Rusty, our once lifetime coordinator, is just tickled to death to come up and talk to us about this today.
Always. There's worse people to hang out with.
Rusty, is there anything that you want to start this off with? Anything from the rack tours or any modification to your presentation that
Nope.
you'd like to discuss?
No, I don't think anything in particular. that wasn't said already at the racks. So yeah, happy to jump right into it.
Okay. Any questions for Rusty?
Just one quick one. In the second round of the committee meeting, thank you for reconvening again. Appreciate that. Was there any new information that was presented, or was it all similar things that were discussed?
Yeah,
before?
that was one of the sentiments we heard at the original board meeting, is that perhaps more public input should be gathered. And so at that meeting, we reviewed all of the public comments together. We had Lindy summarize that for us so that we all had a good understanding of what the public opinion was out there. But then voted on if we needed to gather more input through a survey or through reaching back out to our constituents. And the committee felt comfortable that they had been having those conversations with constituents, and that the survey would be kind of difficult to implement without interviewing a maybe biased group of people. And so we decided that just the review of the public comment through that rack and board cycle was sufficient.
Thank you.
Well, since I've got the mic right now, I'm gonna talk for a minute. I love shed hunting. I'm a shed horn hunter. Just absolutely love it. I'd rather hunt sheds than anything else. That's just the way I am. I'm 66 years old, and for the last 61 years, I've been hunting sheds. Started with my dad when I was 5 years old on the back of a tote goat. But if you don't know what one of those are, it's a motorized trail bike that is totally indestructible. And they're not fun to ride on, but that's what we did, and hunting deer sheds down in the river valleys and up in the sagebrush, or going around there, and then of course at that time there wasn't anything to sell them to. There wasn't any market for them. He'd just give them to my grandpa's neighbor who was building a totem pole or something out of them in his backyard. I love it. I love doing it. I've taught my kids to do it, my grandkids to do it. So I've seen what's transpired over the last few years with it. There's in my mind, there's nothing more fun than finding a set of deer sheds that just went like that. That it's just incredible. And then you'll find some elk sheds that way, but deer's a little bit harder to find like that. I eat it up. I don't want a shed season because that affects me personally. I'll be honest with you, but it's been a few years ago, about probably 10 or 12 years ago. I was up on the side of a hill shed hunting in the Book Cliffs, and about 3/4 of a mile down from me, I was watching this herd of elk. There's 15 head, 14 cows and calves, and a little spike bull that had his right side was about half what his left side was. And a four-wheeler come down there and spooked them, and they went up on the hillside and run probably another good half mile out of my sight up there. And then about 15 or 20 minutes later, I saw them running 1.5 miles further. They come back down where somebody else had spooked them, and they run up the next hillside. And about 20 minutes later, I'm still hiking on the same ridge I was on, and they were about 1.5 miles below me now where somebody else had spooked them. So you can't tell me personally that we don't affect the animals when we're out there shed hunting, because I know better. We displace them. We don't have any data to do it, but we displace them. Now, I'm not going to ask for a shed season because it's not going to fly. I know that, but I do know. And when about 20 years ago, I was operating a pipeline in Wyoming. Oops, I was going to say the county in Wyoming, and there was an area that our pipeline run through that by federal law, we had to check our cathodic protection rectifiers, which they're something to keep the pipelines from corroding. We had to check them every other month. And that area was off limits to everybody. You couldn't go in there without permission. And so every time we had to go check our rectifiers, we actually had to get permission to tell them when we were going in and when we'd be back out, because people were off limits to that area because it was wildlife. It was being managed for wildlife critical deer habitat. And those people cared about the deer more than some of us like me are selfish. I'd rather not do that. But in my opinion, our division needs to get with our land agencies, our partners, and close it off, because you can't have, if you can't limit shed hunters if you're not going to limit the lion hunters and the county and the trappers and the coyote hunters. And I understand those things are really good. If you're out there killing those things, it's really good for the deer, but you can't stop the shed hunters if you're not going to stop all of it. And then, in my opinion, if we're really going to do what's best for our species, that's what we're going to have to do. And I'm going to get off my soapbox and go ahead and do what we need to do. But in my opinion, I love it. I absolutely love it. I'd rather not be restricted. And that was 20 years ago. I thought that was a stupid thing I'd ever thought or I'd ever heard of, was why they wouldn't let us go in there and check their rectifiers without permission. I thought that was absolutely idiot. But I've come to think differently now. Okay, I'm done. Let's talk about what we're going to do today. Oh, we don't have any comments on this one, right? Or have we done the rack? All right, let's do our rack. Let's start with you, Austin. Do our rack motions.
Yeah, in the southern region, we had one motion to approve the division's recommendation as presented, but in addition to the deer feeding closure trigger, we asked to evaluate the feasibility of adding another trigger that's associated with deer fat and condition measured during the winter captures. And that motion passed 8-1, just to throw in a second trigger there.
Thank you, Austin. Eric?
Southeast region had one motion to accept the division's recommendation as presented. That passed 7-1.
Thank you, Eric. Chris?
Northeast region also had one motion, support the division shed antler gathering recommendation, and it passed unanimously. And I was waiting for you to tell the story of a big set of sheds you found. It was getting real interesting there. Sorry.
Am I up?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. Thanks, Chris.
So the central region had one motion. It was to accept the division's recommendation as presented. And that passed 9-1. The one opposed felt like something needed to be done, but so.
Thank you, Mike. Brad?
Northern region had one motion to reject the division's proposal, have no season for residents and a season for non-residents starting May 1st. That passed 7-2. The two opposed, one didn't want to go against the committee as he was a member of it, as well as another wanted to take care of Utah residents first.
Thank you, Brad. All right, bring it on. We have a few online comments. Ashley, if you'll report those for us.
All right, we had 5 submissions for this agenda item. We had one comment that somewhat agreed with the division's proposal, 3 comments that strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 1 comment that was neutral. A couple of specific comments that we heard. One comment suggested banning the sale of shed antlers of any kind in Utah, and the problem of crowding, animal harassment, and other shed hunting issues would probably stop. And asked us to please find a way to ban or devalue shed antlers of any kind. If people want to sell shed antlers in Utah, they need to buy a permit from the DWR and pay the DWR tax. Another comment was against any kind of season or fee to gather shed antlers. And then the final comment, specific comment we heard, felt that some oversight needs to be done and suggested walk-in or horse travel only might help. That's the summary.
Thank you, Ashley. Okay, we don't have any online or any comment cards on this one. So we'll, as far as the clarifications of the motions goes, we had 3 to do it as presented, and 1 to have a season for not a season for residents, but a season for non-residents. And I think you guys meant ending May 1st instead of starting May 1st, I think.
The purpose was to have the non-resident season start open on May 1st.
Open on May 1st, okay. And then then we had a motion to actually have an additional trigger for the deer feeding to evaluate the feasibility of adding a deer fat condition measure during the winter captures. So, okay, back to the board for discussion.
Rusty? Hey, just a quick question. What would that look like? Do you know, biologists support an idea like the Southern region put out there to add another trigger to closure? Like if you're doing the
Yeah.
December captures and you find, there's no fat on the does
So,
or
so the
whatever.
current emergency feeding policy, and this is just an internal document we use, but the current policy is a little bit antiquated in the sense that it's using xiphoid fat measurements as an indicator. My understanding, and I haven't been too involved in the process, but the updated document would just replace that xiphoid fat metric with the body condition scores that we've been doing for the last 5 or 6 years capturing mule deer. So my understanding is that it will have that metric in there, that we will be looking at body condition.
Okay, thank you.
But that's only for feeding up north. These guys are talking about if just because they don't feed that much down south. So if the body condition score is poor, because this has got to be separate from the feeding.
I'm gonna let Dax speak. That he's been more involved in that policy upgrade.
Yeah, one of the things that's a little tricky is like Pine Valley deer are never fat. Even in good years, they're just not that fat, but they don't need it because they don't have hard winters. So it across the state, looking at body condition of deer tells you a lot more on the cash unit than it maybe tells you on the Pine Valley or the Zion. We are building some triggers into our update on that winter feeding policy, looking at body condition, but it's going to be more focused in probably the extreme, the Wasatch Back and like Cache County, Rich County, the areas where in the past we've had, during a really severe winter condition, had to feed, but we're not going to feed deer on the Pine Valley. That's going to take some major climate change to get to that point. So I think it's a metric that will be useful in our feeding policy. I don't know that it can be necessarily looked at exactly the same across the state. It's something we can take into consideration and look at, but I don't know if it will work exactly how maybe some folks envision it potentially working.
Thanks. That answers my question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I worry a little about us being the only open state to shed antlers and us being inundated by out-of-staters. I know we are on some edges already. I don't think it's horrible to have Utah residents have some sort of an edge or an opportunity on the stuff that is here that our people take care of. But I think, as we do pass this going forward, that we ought to take a real careful look at the impact the out-of-staters are having. Idaho still lets you come in and hunt antlers there, but you have to buy a license before you can. And there's little things that might make a difference, but I think we ought to watch really closely what happens on our edges, because if we're the only state that allows anybody to come in, it's especially the market guys,
So Rusty, we had this conversation a lot during our committee, and Wyoming's the only one that has a different season for residents as non-residents.
Right.
So, and I'm still of the opinion, like I was fine. If you guys wanted to do a shed season, because Colorado, a lot of the states have seasons, but it's the same season for the non-residents as residents. So we're being fair with everybody. There's only one state that doesn't do it that way. So it's either we all do it or we all don't do it, is how, and we talked about, it was the hottest topic, we went back and forth with. At the end of the day, it's just, we just don't like where it could go after this, is we pit, we can do this, but you can't. I just don't want it to get to the point where, okay, I can't come hunt the first 7 days of Idaho, or I can't go to Colorado and hunt the first half of the season. That's where me and some other people on the committee don't want it to see it going, you know, so again, whether you guys decide to do the season, because, you know, I'm of the same opinion as Randy on it. You know, I do think that it gets pushed around, but, you know, there's obviously been some studies showing it doesn't affect them as much. But at the end of the day, I'd just like to not, I guess my boys from northern Utah have too much Wyoming in them. But anyway, hopefully, you know, we keep it fair for non-residents as residents.
Rusty, in Utah, they actually have what they call critical or wintering deer feeding or deer areas where they have areas you can't hunt sheds here, but you can over here, right? They've actually got them across. It's not a whole statewide thing.
We have WMAs that are closed to all traffic in the winter. I think those are maybe exclusively or maybe almost exclusively limited to the northern region. But yeah, we do have places that don't allow that. There's actual area closures. And then we have other ones that are closed to motorized traffic. Is that what you're asking?
I was actually talking about in Wyoming. Well, isn't that what Wyoming does? They've actually got areas that are, they've actually pulled off part of their state and said this area is, you know, these are kind of critical areas and they're closed, but these other ones are open year round.
I think so, but I'm not as familiar with Wyoming for sure.
Brad, you got a question?
Well, so for Wyoming, they close it west of the Continental Divide.
Say that one more time.
In Wyoming, it's closed west of the Continental Divide.
West of the Continental Divide. Thank you.
I think Colorado's similar to that too. I think it's west of the Continental Divide in Colorado that they have the season closure until May 1st. I had Rusty pull some numbers up for me, and I'm not going to give exact numbers. I just wrote down the rounded figure, but there's, as of last year, there's 1,400 non-residents took the shed antler gathering course and 16,000 residents did. That breaks down to 8% of the shed antlers are non-resident, and we give 10% of our big game tags. So that's kind of right in line with what we're at with hunting anyway. And that's recent numbers. That the numbers of residents and non-residents both that are shed antler gathering is actually declining a little bit according to Rusty's numbers that he showed me.
Yeah,
and I think. And these numbers are recent numbers, so that takes into account the fact that the surrounding states around us have already implemented seasons. Now, like Utah and Arizona, I think are the only two states left in the West that don't have a shed antler gathering season.
Idaho doesn't, but
Idaho does. It doesn't it? I thought they were talking about. Okay, I'm wrong.
I think they just passed one.
I think it opens April 15th, if I remember right. What they've done in Idaho, and then Colorado, Wyoming, and Nevada is May 1st, and then Wyoming has their weird little thing. They make non-residents wait 5 extra days. So that's the most recent numbers. I had Rusty get them out for me, and I just run that number real quick.
Yeah, those are correct. We've got at least people who took the antler gathering ethics course back to 2009, non-resident versus resident. And currently we're similar numbers to what we were in 2016. It seemed like we kind of maybe peaked around 2018, 2019 for residents and non-residents. We really peaked in 2020, and that was kind of an anomaly year during COVID. And then since then, we've kind of seen, you know, either staying roughly the same or in the case of non-residents, a gradual decline.
Well, I appreciate the committee meeting again and going through that. And I feel like where they landed is probably where I'm leaning as well. And respect their time and effort they put into that and all the debating they went back and forth. And I feel like I'd support the committee on how they recommended.
You ready for a motion, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, if there's no more discussion, you bet.
I would make a motion to approve the division's proposal as recommended.
I'll second that.
Motion by Kent, second by Gary. Any discussion? Start with you, Brett.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. No, and I'm okay with that because I'm retired. I can go out shed hunting every day. I don't have a problem with that. But I think as far as the species wise goes, it's probably the wrong way to go. I just want to say that. All right. Jason, you're up now for the West Desert Complex Management Plan. Is there anything from the RAC tour that or anything else you'd like to kick this off with today?
Nope, we had a good RAC tour, so I don't have anything to add. I'm here to answer questions.
Questions from the board?
It surprises me that the stockmen in that area would want to have more elk. That one surprised me because the drought really hits them out there when it hits, and it feeds at a premium, and it surprises me they were behind the increase.
Yeah, it's a very large area. We've had some fires out there that's increased the amount of grass cover, which is good for both cattle and elk. And, you know, it does cover a lot of different landowners. So the groups that we had involved in the process were, you know, open to this suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Jason? RAC chairs, any questions? Well, Ashley, if you don't mind, give us a summary of the online comments.
Yeah, we had 4 submissions for this agenda item. 3 comments strongly agreed with the division's proposal. 1 comment strongly disagreed. Just a couple of specific comments. 1 comment was supportive of the division's recommendation, stating they hope the elk thrive out in the West Desert. There was 2 comments submitted that focused on the traditional use of archery equipment, which was kind of our last meeting, and I think they probably got the wrong meeting, but they weren't specifically aimed at the West Desert Complex. That's the summary.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the RAC chair reports. Austin?
Yeah, Southern Region just had one motion, and that was to accept as presented. That passed unanimously.
Thank you. Eric?
Southeast Region also had one motion to accept the proposal as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Chris?
Northeast Region had 2. The first one, or 2 motions. The first one was to support the division's proposal as presented, but only increase the elk objective to 250 rather than 500. But that failed for lack of a second. That was our ag guy, had the same thoughts that Gary had, that the grazers out there were losing out. Anyhow, the next one was to accept the division's proposal as presented, and it passed 7-1, and that 1 vote was the one who had made the motion for the 250 rather than 500.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Mike?
The Central Region, this sits in our region. We passed this unanimously to accept as presented. It's been interesting since the RAC. I've had a few people reach out to me with real concerns about it. So, but I think we, as a RAC, accepted that. So.
Thank you. Brad?
Northern Region had one motion to accept as presented. That passed unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we'll come back to the, we don't actually have any comment cards on this one. I'm not seeing any. So we'll come back to the, as far as the summary of that goes, they all passed it without any changes. Bring it back to the board for discussion. I'll entertain a motion. I'll make a motion. No. All right, what do you guys got to do it?
I'll make a motion that we accept the proposal for the West Desert Complex as presented by the division.
Second.
Got a motion by Gary to accept as presented, seconded by Bryce. Let's start down with you, Kent.
Yes.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
All right, next thing on our agenda was, did not go through the racks, but this is the prohibited species variance request. Alyssa?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon now. So I had received 2 variance requests to possess non-native venomous reptiles for commercial purposes. One of them was submitted by Ashley and Luke Welton. They're the Positive Pup Vibes owners. They are interested in providing rattlesnake aversion training for canines, and they requested to possess the Western Diamondback rattlesnake due to their characteristic defensive display and propensity to rattle, which was shown as being effective for other businesses that currently do this, which is why they're asking to possess that species and use it for their purposes. They have over 15 years of experience in husbandry and handling of venomous snakes. I was able to go to where they will be holding their snakes and inspected their safety equipment, cages, and they follow the regulations set by DWR for securing their venom room or venom species room. And so with that, with their experience and justification for that species request, I would recommend approval for that variance. The second one was submitted by Shane and Rindy Richens from Scales and Tails. They currently already possess numerous venomous reptile species. They're asking to add additional 3 to their collection for conservation education, and those species would be the copperhead, cottonmouth, and the beaded lizard. The species they already have on hand are either equivalent to the ones that they're requesting in venom toxicity or even milder in toxicity level. So with their over 15 years of experience with husbandry and handling venomous snakes and reptiles, and having done an inspection of their venom room and being up to the standards of DWR, I would recommend also approving that variance.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
How often do you inspect these facilities and keep track on them?
Usually, I know it's as needed, but usually I'm newer to here, so I would like to at least once a year inspect them for that. So, but I know law enforcement can go in there and do an inspection if requested by me, or even the county animal control will go in there and do inspections.
Other questions?
So those people that are doing the aversion stuff with the dogs and the pets, how they been doing it if they didn't have rattlesnakes, or did they just had rattlesnakes that weren't the kind we have out here?
They just have experience with working with them in research purposes. They haven't done any inversion canine training yet, but they would like to start that business.
Okay.
Mhm.
I think as many people get out that have a panic attack when they hear a snake, it's not a bad idea to train some of them. So
I agree.
I'm not hearing any concerns. I'll entertain a motion.
Just curious, what kind of danger does that pose to the dogs?
Well, my understanding for how they're going to be conducting it is they're going to keep them in a locked box so that they can view their display behavior and then also get a smell, get up close to smell them. So there wouldn't be any risk to the canines for their business proposal.
Okay, just curious about that. Thank you.
Make a motion, we approve as presented, as long as you feel good about it.
I'll second it.
Motion by Bryce, seconded by Kent to approve as presented. Any discussion? We'll start with you, Brett.
Yes.
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 Motion carries. Thank you, Alyssa. All right, last thing we got on our list today is item number 14, the restricted muzzleloader definition clarification. Dax, tell us what this is all about.
Okay, I've got a short slideshow, but we'll just kind of dive in. The kind of exciting with the new deer plan and the research proposals. We're implementing some restricted weapons hunts across the state. Those definitions, we created the legal definitions for those hunts a couple years ago. Through the process, finally approved some hunts. We have several units: the Cache, the Boulder, the Beaver West, where we're going to have restricted hunts at Thousand Lakes. And after those passed, last board meeting last month, a lot of people started looking a little closer at the definitions, getting ready to maybe update or purchase new muzzleloaders. And we had some questions and about what exactly would constitute a legal muzzleloader, and maybe some mixed interpretations of how the rule reads. And it's really boiled down to, in the rule, it has one line in there that says that the ignition system is entirely visible. And on this type of a muzzleloader, this is your kind of your heritage style, your old school mountain man muzzleloader. You cock that hammer back, you could say the ignition's entirely visible. This is an example of a muzzleloader that some people figured, oh, it's still entirely visible when you cock that bolt back. And then we had, some people said, I interpret that's entirely visible. Other people said, well, if you're looking at it from the bottom of the gun, you wouldn't be able to see it. And so this language here, this is from the rule. Our recommendation is to remove that must be entirely visible. When you look at the other restrictions in the rule, where your ignition system is limited to wheel lock, match lock, musket cap, or percussion cap, it's not going to burn as hot as a modern shotgun or rifle primer. So the removing this questionable part of the rule, or it's not questionable, this part of the rule that caused some confusion, could make it more clear. It would potentially allow for more muzzleloader options for folks. They're still going to have a little bit shorter range than our standard muzzleloader definition, just because you can't effectively burn as much powder with those ignition types versus the shotgun primer or rifle primers. It'd make it more clear for our hunters and our law enforcement officers to enforce. We really don't want to get somebody into a bad situation because of something that's not really clear. This change would allow for the use of what are called the Northwestern style muzzleloaders. If you look at some of the other states around us, Idaho's one specifically. So it's a more primitive ignition system, but a little more modern than kind of your old school mountain man rifle. And maybe it gives a few more options to make it a little bit easier for hunters to acquire this type of muzzleloader, legal muzzleloader for a restricted weapon hunt. With a pretty short timeline where we're working on putting together the application guidebook right now. It's going to go to print the end of next week. That's why we brought this just to the board and didn't take it through the full rack cycle. We just really didn't have time to do that, but we just want this clarification so that we can, try to follow the idea, the theme behind the technology committee recommendation and the restricted weapons definitions, to have a more restricted weapon type with a little bit shorter range, but also maybe this makes it more clear and gives a few more options to hunters looking to purchase a muzzleloader or acquire a muzzleloader for this type of a hunt. So that's our recommendation, and happy to answer any questions or dive into any more depth, but that's pretty much it. I did have some conversations with members of the technology committee, and even within the technology committee, I think some people walked away maybe feeling a little bit differently about it. There are a few people that did still want to see it remain like a kind of an old school traditional mountain man muzzleloader, but it felt like most people on the committee were at least okay with it being kind of this little bit more of a middle ground type of muzzleloader, this Northwest style muzzleloader. Like I said, it does still restrict your range a little bit, but makes it easier to enforce and gives a few more options for hunters when they're looking to acquire a legal muzzleloader for a restricted weapons hunt.
Dax, I'm glad that one of our committee members on that committee doesn't sit and watch The Bachelor that much and does some research, that he can advise us on some certain things. But me and Austin were both on that committee, and I feel like this recommendation, and Austin can correct me if I'm wrong, was kind of the intent of the committee in the first place. It was to get rid of the super modern, but not have us be, 1700 pioneers. So kind of in the middle ground. So Austin, I don't know if you want
I
to
think that
chime
was,
in, because Austin, he was kind of the one that done the research and brought this to our attention. So
I think that was the consensus for the majority of the committee members. And Austin actually I started hearing from a few sportsmen, and Austin actually started a great email thread with the technology committee members as we were kind of going through this process to formulate this recommendation. So, yeah, and perhaps Austin wants to speak to that more, but I feel like this follows what the majority, the consensus for that committee was, I hope.
So Dax, this would just apply to the new restricted weapon hunts we put in last month.
Yes, yeah, this
Not
this
some of
does
the-
not change your standard muzzleloader definition, and we do still now have 3 legal definitions for a
Yes.
muzzleloader.
Okay.
So we have a hams muzzleloader, a restricted muzzleloader, and then our standard muzzleloader, which is probably too many, but we have 3.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess we don't have rack input on this one, but
Kent and I were talking, and we were trying to look down the road a couple of years and see if the gun gurus that be would figure out a way to murph this up like we did with the original muzzleloader. Once you could, and I just don't. I think as long as it's exposed and as long as you have to use a percussion cap, it's going to limit the powder you can burn, and it's going to make it a much lesser weapon than it could have been with the ultra modern methods. And I think it's a good idea. I like the proposal.
I concur. I feel like a good middle ground. I mean, especially where we have it on some general units right now, we want to make sure that there's something that they can actually access and not have to ask their grandparents or great grandparents what they have in their safes. So I like where we landed on it.
I make a motion, we accept it as presented.
Motion by Bryce. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Bryce to accept as presented, second by Gary. Any discussion? We'll start with you, Kent.
Yes.
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 Motion carries. Thanks, Dax. And Austin, thanks for starting this for us. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, that is the last action item we have. Do we have any other business that needs to be taken care of?
There is one thing, Mr. Chair. It's probably been a year or two back. There was questions and something. It's a motion that's been brought up in the Southeast RAC a few times about having mandatory tooth turn in on limited entry big game hunts. Is that something that has been looked at in depth, or did we have that on the action log at one point? That it was brought to my attention, and I was asked about it, and I told them I would bring it up in the other business section of this today.
I'm kind of thinking that was on the action item log one time, but did it? Where Dax, where are we at on that?
I don't know if I remember exactly. I remember having the conversation several times. I remember reporting back. I can't remember if it was in this formal setting or if I was just meeting with Kevin Albrecht one-on-one. But from the division standpoint, we get a pretty good return rate on tooth return currently for our limited entry hunts. It's about 80% tooth return rate, and just for comparison, mandatory harvest reporting, we're at about 90%. So even though the tooth return isn't necessarily mandatory, it's pretty close. And we feel like we're able to get an adequate sample size to come up with a pretty reasonable age estimate on units. That's one. I know we've gone back and forth, and I don't want to argue against having good data, but we feel like we have good data. If we make it mandatory, then we feel like what we would gain by making it mandatory is maybe just a few more teeth, probably not going to change. And the flip side of that is we'll have to program and implement a new system, potentially fine a bunch of people $50 because they don't turn their teeth in, or preclude them from being eligible to put in for the draw. There's pros and cons to doing it. We feel like where we're at, we get pretty good data.
I think I remember that discussion where we talked about this mandatory reporting, waiting and seeing how that goes through first, if I remember right. I'm not sure, but do you think we ought to do something different, Kent?
I'm not opposed to it. I like the idea of more data, but I mean, if the division is getting the data that they need, if we pick up another 5 to 10%, does it move the needle any? And maybe not, and maybe it's not worth the effort. I just, I do remember the discussion happening, and when it was brought up to me, I did remember that, but I don't remember where it went. So I thought, well, I'll bring it up. I think it happened. It was probably when I was a rack chair is when it took place, if I remember right, but I don't remember the exact. But if you're getting 80+% return rate right now, I don't know that we would gain anything by going to mandatory. So no, I don't think we'll go anywhere with it.
Okay.
Good discussion.
Thank you, Dax. Any other business we need to talk about today? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Kent, second by Paul. All in favor, say aye. Thank you. Motion carries. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you being here today.